is you are an American journalist, and I originally came across your reporting in the Washington Post before you decided to leave after calling Joe Biden a war criminal on your private Instagram.
Well, just to be clear, that's not why I left. I know that's like the narrative.
Sorry.
My editor retired. I mean, it's very funny. My editor retired. Sorry, I'm putting lip gloss on because I look like shit because I slept like 3 hours last night. My editor retired. You guys, it's not that deep. And they replaced all the senior people with Murdoch people. And I wanted to be independent. My editor was the reason I stayed there. But it's very crazy how like everything I do is framed through the lens of controversy. So when I left in October, they were like, remember when she called Biden a war criminal in August and actually called him and also called him a war criminal, by the way, for like 2 years straight. Like, that's why she left. As if like I wouldn't be loud about that. Like, don't you think like I don't know, like I would fucking, I don't know. I would, it's just not as deep as people think. But anyway, I went to go independent and I did October.
And you have been publishing amazing journalism while also walking into the realm of, how do I put this? Social media influencing. And you've managed to bridge the divide between both of them by writing an amazing Wired article. And if there's any more about your bio I missed, you're just an amazing journalist. You've written in all these major publications. I find you incredibly important for the left in general, and I love covering your reporting and stealing some of your valor. So I highly recommend Taylor, and you're one of a kind. This is what I always tell people.
This is the best dream ever. You're just saying nice things about me.
But this is true. This is true because I like people that are one of a kind, that have a strong personality, you know where they stand, because that's how I am. And so I admire seeing another. This isn't even a glaze. This is just objective truth. So thank you for coming on. And
it's an objective glaze.
We have exactly. We have been covering the Wired article and kind of the fallout for the last few days. So I hope you don't mind that I have a more conversational style than interview style.
Yeah.
If that's cool with you. So I want to just get you started by saying, what are you surprised about with the reaction to the Wired article? I know you've been talking about this a lot, and we've been covering some of your conversations, so we don't have to start from square one here. I think my audience is pretty much caught up. What were you surprised about from the reaction to the article, and specifically the revelations that there's a secret dark money group influencing left-wing content on especially TikTok?
I've written so much about all of these different sort of political influence operations over the years. So I guess like to me, what I found surprising about this one is kind of how like silly it was. And like, I don't want to say like inept, but like it just, I feel like there's a lot of politics people that are sort of getting involved in this internet space now that they realize that the Democrats need to acknowledge the internet and they don't totally like know how to navigate things. And so it just seemed kind of like, I don't know, the program seemed kind of, it wasn't transparent in ways that I thought it should be.
Okay, so this may be a good place for us to start our discussion because a lot of people think of me as like an anti-Democratic Party person, but I am actually more ambivalent. I am not anti-Democratic Party. I just want to have a strong left populist party that is actually where the base is, where I believe the American people are, because I think that's the only antidote to fascism, is actually having a program that people could fight for. As emblematic of that would be the Zoran campaign, right? Like he showed a whole bunch of new people, turned out a whole bunch of new people, registered 10 times as many people as they did the last mayoral race. And like we saw, he won young white men, like all sorts of really good signs that maybe we could have a realignment if we tried this kind of politics. And I think like the issue with the Wired article in particular is it betrays to me a Democratic Party establishment that has hostile intent for their base.
That's like the Democrats' whole thing is hating on their base.
There's an old organizer's axiom, which is that Democrats hate their base and Republicans fear their base. And I feel like this program is a perfect example of that because they are basically trying to pick influencers who will cotton to the Democratic Party line, no matter what. And they largely use the Gaza genocide as their litmus test. Are you a creator who speaks out regularly on the Gaza genocide? It seems that all the largest creators in this platform, except for one who was added later, seem to have been completely silent on this issue. Well, even after Trump.
Let me just clarify like what our story and our reporting found, which is that like these are not creators. We're never given like talking points. Like I think a lot of people are like, oh, they're giving, like they're reading from scripts and things like that. We never allege that. We don't even mention Israel and Gaza in the story. I think the question a lot of people are asking is because they're looking at this creators, right? They're looking at all the creators that have come out that are part of this program. And they're like, what do these creators have in common? Well, here's these different commonalities on issues that we're noticing. What I would say, and I know that like, what Chorus's response to that has been is like, well, that's not true. Those weren't our qualifications. Da, da, da. What I would say to them is then release the list. I sound like but like, publish the full roster of content creators on your website. It be transparent about what qualifications were used to evaluate membership in the program. Like if this is untrue, provide the transparency that shows that. Right now, they're just sort of saying, well, Taylor's a liar and she's a secret MAGA, whatever, it's nonsense. And they're not really moving towards more transparency. And I think that's the problem here is that like, I would love to see the entire full list of allegedly 90 creators are in this program. And then we could look at that full 90-person list, and maybe then we could sort of say, well, it's interesting. Out of all 90 people, none of them have spoken up about, I don't know, the Kids Online Safety Act or something. Like, I don't know, just things I care about. But, like we could make these sort of inferences and then we could ask them about it. But right now, their response has just been sort of to shut down and go into secrecy mode and threaten to sue me and all these things. And that is not engendering more trust, basically, because you are going to have people thinking that it's about Gaza because you haven't sort of been transparent. And so, yeah.
Well, anyway. I mean, you have David Pakman, who is completely silent on the issue. You have Parnas, who is like, obviously he was saying pro-Israel shit all the way through 2024. You have Olivia Juliana. You have David, who else am I forgetting? Parnas. Oh, Brian Tyler Cohen is another one. The same thing. And the reason why I bring up the Gaza genocide as kind of a clarifying position is because 7% of the Democratic Party base in recent polling supports Israel. And it's something like 77% want us to stop giving weapons to Israel and to end the war. So as far as like where the party base is, where the voters are on the left, they're completely against what's going on in Gaza. There is a complete moral clarity among Democratic Party voters on this issue. But the establishment, the politicians, Taylor, they're all pro-Israel. And so when you have these influencers that are getting paid dark money, and it all happens to be the ones who don't speak up on this issue where the base is, that seems to be to declare kind of what the purpose of this is, which is to create an echo chamber of party shills and an incentive structure for gatekeeping where, hey, you want to get this money? You want to get interviews with Democratic politicians? You want to have your career supercharged? Well, you better not say anything that is critical of the Democratic Party, especially on hot button issues where the party is out of step with the base.
I think, again, we just need to see, they need to be transparent about this. Like they just need to release the full roster so that we can make these informed, sort of speculations about the political leanings. Right. And, I don't know. I think given the lack of transparency and the Democratic Party establishment's kind of like history with not tolerating dissent, it's just not a good look. And I also want to clarify, because I know people are confused, but like the DNC, and I know we all use DNC, and myself, I've done this before, as like shorthand for Democratic establishment.
Right.
But the DNC itself was not involved in this program. So like I saw Shelby from the DNC like fighting for her life in the comments or on Twitter being like, guys, this is not a DNC program. So I do think that that's important just to note that it's like, it is this liberal Democrat, like dark money fund, but that is different from the actual Democratic National Committee.
Yeah. I think
they share an ideology. I'm not saying that, but I just want people to know, because I think like the DNC also has their own influencer programs that I've reported on. And so I will continue to report on their influencer programs as well. But like, I just want to just sort of make that distinction clear.
No, I think that's one of those distinctions that is important from a lawyerly perspective and from a journalistic perspective, because they're trying to be precise. But when we're talking about like actual political reality, these are groups that are working and coordinating,
that are aligned. Yeah, no, I'm not. I wouldn't dispute that.
Like these big money donors, the billionaires that are trying to buy these influencers and get them onto the same hymn book, which is why it's called Chorus. Like, I think the name is very revealing, right? they're preaching to the chorus, right? Which is who? The Democratic Party base. And my personal analysis
I read
this,
it differently. I read it as they are a chorus of people all saying the same thing.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But who picks the hymns? Who picks what is sung? It is the Democratic Party establishment that's telling them what to say. And I think this is an intra-party play. Like, I want you to think, what do you think of this analysis, which I think this is about the 2028 presidential primary. They want to create an ecosystem that is oriented toward people that identify as Democrats. And so that they have a ready-made group of people to basically MSNBC TikTok. They want to have this kind of...
Oh, they would love to MSNBC.
Exactly.
TikTok.
Exactly.
That's so funny. I haven't heard it put that way before, but
exactly.
I think if you were to ask, a lot of these donor type people, like what they would want, well, not all, I don't want to shit on the donors, but like some of these establishment people, like, yes. And by the way, I say that because if you look at what the Democrats are up to in Congress right now, very awful stuff on tech policy, okay? Basically, they are pushing things like the Kids Online Safety Act and all of these the Take It Down Act, all these really bad tech laws that are aimed at censoring and controlling the internet.
Exactly.
And they're pushing a moral panic about child safety in order to do it.
Right.
And so, and we just saw what happened in the UK.
They want to censor people like me and Hassan.
Well, of course.
They want to censor people that criticize Israel.
They want to censor people that criticize power.
Exactly. Yes, of course. And I think
both parties want that. That is something that all people in power want. All people in power want is to censor people that criticize power.
And that is exactly the crisis we have here, is because I've heard the term blue MAGA thrown out, but I feel like it is actually happening now, where basically they're trying to ape some of the things that Trump does that are anti-democratic and about censoring. And what's ironic about, like, people, and I want your thoughts on this, like, people talk about, well, we need a Joe Rogan of the left. The thing about Joe Rogan is he's not a political commentator of the Republican Party. He's not on Chorus of the Right, where he's handed talking points and he's promoted because he's aligned with the Republican Party in lockstep. He is a general guy who had a popular podcast, and the Republicans managed an influence operation on him. They managed to, influence him by taking interviews and pushing certain narratives. And he responded to those organically. And his audience went to the right because the Democrats didn't have any counter messaging. They didn't interact with his content. They didn't have something that was catching on among his audience. Like, it was an interplay between Joe Rogan and his audience that also changed Joe Rogan's opinion. It was a symptom of young men going to the right, not Joe Rogan pushing them to the right, if that makes sense. And the Democratic Party doesn't want Joe Rogan's because they have one. His name is Hassan. He leans left. He supports...
they don't want anybody, or sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, I was going too long.
They don't like, the Democratic establishment doesn't like people. They want institutional power. Like, they don't like anti-establishment content creators, and they don't like people that challenge institutional power, because in the institutional power world, they have like power in that world, right? So they're invested in it. It's the same way that like they want to uphold like the New York Times and the mainstream legacy media, because they have a certain level of influence over those organizations, and they can withhold access, and so they can kind of control it. And the internet is not like that. And they haven't really gotten their sea legs yet when it comes to the internet. What they're trying to do is pass these dangerous censorship laws in Congress and in states and control the internet. And I kind of want to keep bringing it back to that, because I think what people are missing when they look at these stories is they're rightfully outraged. We need to like look at how these attempts at control are manifesting like legislatively. And it's really scary what's happening. And no one on the left is acknowledging it. Like there is no leftist movement right now that is involved in tech policy or fighting back. There's some amazing organizations. I'm wearing the t-shirt of one of them that like fight back against surveillance capitalism, but largely a lot of leftists have promoted the same bullshit about child safety and why we need to censor the internet and all this stuff as the right. So that is something that concerns me.
Yeah, I would phrase it a little bit differently, and maybe you see what you think of what I think. But basically, I think the Democratic Party is fundamentally anti-democratic in the sense that democracy is powerful because it is a like wisdom of the crowds, right? You get information from the grassroots and you use that to change policy or you change your advocacy. But the Democratic Party, because of the institutional logics you talked about, don't want to take that feedback because they have money coming in from certain donors, and donors have a certain perspective. And if the grassroots is giving you an opposite perspective and it conflicts with the donors, the institutional logic, especially if you have a job that's funded by the donors, is to shut those people up. And they and that's why they're so fundamentally anti-democratic and anti-grassroots, and why they create programs like Chorus.
I think that, I think just the broader issue with the Democrats over the past few years is that they are just completely beholden to money and institutional power and billionaires. And we shouldn't, billionaires control our political system. We have this like oligarchy, and, we need to be fighting that. But instead, they're getting more power. I mean, it's just very frustrating.
Well, no,
I'm very frustrated at the Democrats.
Well, that's why I would take what you've said on this further, because you're a journalist and you have a moral responsibility and an ethical responsibility to maintain within what you could prove. I'm going to take what you could prove, and I'm going to go a little bit further and say these people are actually an active enemy of progress, in much the same way as Republicans are, because
the billionaires, you mean, or the Democratic
the Chorus
Party?
The Chorus group, the group of Chorus people are bad.
I would not. Listen. We can criticize this program. I'm not against the concept of even having a program for centrist messaging. It's not messaging I agree with, but there are certain voters undeniably who vote for Democrats that are more centrist. They're constantly catered to. I don't think there's any lack of media speaking to them. It's the entire institutional media system. Still, maybe you want to do a TikTok program that speaks to that, whatever. My issue is the lack of transparency and where the funding is going, where like I see again, and Teddy Schleifer has done a great job at the New York Times reporting on this, but a lot of donor money right now is flooding into the content creator space because they want to replicate the sort of media ecosystem of the mainstream media on the internet.
Correct.
And that
Cable
is
news.
Right. And so I think that's a problem. I think that we should be fighting to protect a free and democratic internet. And I think that also if we want the internet to be used for liberatory purposes, which anyone on the left should want, instead of trying to like fund these stupid programs, we should these dangerous tech policies that are going to give the far right a monopoly of like just an enormous amount of power. It's going to entrench their power online forever. If you pass the Kids Online Safety Act, if you pass some of these terrible age verification bills and all this stuff, we won't be able to, we will never have a leftist movement on the internet. It doesn't matter how many leftist Joe Rogans you fund, because we will be fundamentally unable to challenge power. We'll have a small consolidation of power among big tech. And I don't know if I'm explaining it well, because I know not as many people are familiar with like sort of tech policy stuff, but like we have to preserve an open and free internet, and we have to fight that through policy and paying a bunch of left, even if they were to give $1 million to Hassan and all these other people. Like the Democrats need to change their policy agenda to be more popular, and they need to go aggressively and protect our civil liberties online.
Oh, no, I completely agree with you, because it would be like the Printing Press Registration Act, where anytime you wanted to publish a book, you had to come forward and like prove your identity and have the cops stand next to you as you publish whatever pamphlet. You're going to constrain what is published when you do stuff like that. And that's what they're trying to do. And they're using like all these pretextual excuses like, protect the kids, because it's really about controlling adults.
But but they're able to do that because of a moral panic about social media that a lot of leftists have fallen for. And I need everyone on the left to wake the fuck up and realize that you fell for a moral panic. Yes, Facebook and all these companies are doing evil shit. The way to make a better, more competitive ecosystem is to pass comprehensive data privacy reform so that they can't do these manipulative algorithms, give users more control, like enforce or institute policies that actually mandate more competition and also help foster a less profit-driven internet. But we need to acknowledge that the internet is not destroying the world and melting everyone's brains and all this other conservative propaganda. Yeah, it does a lot of bad shit. But guess what? It's also the reason that we know what's going on in Gaza. It's also the reason that we're able to speak out. So I just need this like doomer brain, like these leftists to stop like promoting this Jonathan Haidt type bullshit, where it's like, oh, it's causing mental health. Like Thank you, because I know I'm right. But like I know that like tech policy is so low on the list when they're like grabbing people off the street. But if we don't have more left people like getting involved in these fights around tech policy, forget having an independent media ecosystem on the left. We're all going to be deplatformed. So, and we know, look at what's happening in the UK right now.
Yeah.
So please, like, let's all fight to protect Section 230, fight against these child safety laws, like all of it, fight. Yeah. So anyway,
No, I completely agree with you. I think the main difference between you and me on this one thing about the course creators is that like I see them trying to create, as you said before, like that Noam Chomskyan gatekeeping of manufactured consent that existed on cable news and television. Like I do not get invited on television because of my views. But if I was the same exact size as a creator and I was a liberal, I would be on MSNBC because, and that's the reality. And the reason why is because of my politics, right? And so they want to create that same kind of logic for places like Twitch. They don't want people like Hassan or myself to be like the top political content creators on the platform. They want people like Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman. And you can kind of see the places where the algorithm is more opaque and more, top down, like YouTube, like Instagram, where people like David Pakman do well. And then places like, TikTok and Twitch, they don't do as well because the algorithms are not as of yet controlled in the same way, content based, as they are in those platforms. And so when I see this course program, what I'm really seeing is an attempt to create a long-term gatekeeping program to control the discourse about the Democratic Party, to discipline the base into the same kind of electability narratives of 2016 to 2020, and to win an intra-party fight about how we take on Trump. Right. And their message is capitulate to Trump, go right on immigration, moral panic on the internet. Let's censor people talking about Gaza. Let's censor people that talk about capitalism. Let's censor people that talk about American imperialism. Let us push these very milquetoast centrist narratives that are focused toward upper middle class white people in the suburbs, which matches demographically the types of people that make decisions in the Democratic Party.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. I think that's a really good place to stop because you can see that happening exactly with what Ezra Klein is saying today. Hope you enjoyed the preview chat, the preview version of the opening, where we preview my latest video. I figured as a way of starting on time, I would have previews of some of my YouTube videos. I think they were pinned for 5 minutes, but I forgot. I didn't pin it correctly, but okay. It was pinned. Here's the link to the... oh, that's my stream. Fuck. Here's the link to the video. If you want to catch the rest of the Taylor Lorenz interview we did a couple weeks ago. And please click, follow, set it up for after the stream or during the weekend when I'm not live. Make sure you catch the Mike from PA content. And so we're gonna start 1 minute early. I'm gonna keep. Oh, what the fuck? It's not right. Chat. I've been playing this new MOBA. Or not MOBA. Fuck. Ew. Not MOBA. Text roguelike. Jesus Christ! I almost said the worst thing ever. I've been playing this new text roguelike called Liberal Crime Squad New Age, and it is just scratching me right. It's scratching me right in, let's just say, an Andor adjacent space. Hey Mike, if you represented an org that's going to get to speak to Congressperson about Gaza and their lackluster support, they say they're turning around on what would you say to that Congressperson? The org doesn't want to burn bridges, but I don't think it being wishy-washy with them is the right call. I think that you should tell them that support for Palestine is unanimous among the Democratic Party base, and your organization agrees with those numbers. So they have the data of the polls, and show them a poll showing the overwhelming, like 70-80% of Democrats are pro-Palestine, and only 7% aren't. And you say, this is the #1 political vulnerability for Democrats going forward. Supporting Israel is now like supporting George Bush in 2004. If you do not get with the program, you're going to put your career at risk. If your moral compass
is dead and it won't spin you to defend against a genocide, we'll let bare self-preservation do it. That's what I would say. But I mean, that might be too burn bridgey. If you want to do the soft version of it, I would say, like, we are the constituents that are here to tell you that these polls are right. Everybody wants this genocide in Gaza to end, and you either get with history or you will be judged by it. And we are telling this because we like you, because we are allies of you, and this has been a moral failing of yours, and we don't want to go against you. That is what I would say. I like the first one better, but I can see what we can get them on board with. Thanks, you're welcome. It doesn't seem like we should like them. Does that seem like we should go against them? Oh, chatter. I'm giving advice to another chatter. If somebody is interacting with me, they know exactly what they're gonna get. Okay, chat. Can I tell you, since it's the morning, it's September 23rd, 2025, the day of the rapture, chat. This is the buzzer beater, Rapture buzzer beater stream. Okay? We're gonna sin. We're gonna be profligate degenerates. We're gonna sin. We're gonna deny Christ all the way up till 5 minutes before the rapture. And then we're all gonna take buzzer beater shots. Okay? We're all taking buzzer beater shots. We're all gonna sin right up to the last second. And then we're going to accept Jesus legitimately in our hearts right before the rapture, and we're gonna do the buzzer beater strat. We're gonna be really remorseful for doing the buzzer beater strat. Like, legitimately in our hearts, we will accept Jesus Christ. We will be contrite. We will be ashamed. We will be regretful. We will cry out to our Lord as sinners, and we'll be the buzzer beaters. And we'll accept Jesus right before they flip the switch. Right before, and we will get sucked up, and we'll be like, St. Augustinian speedrun, woo! Mike is pulling this strat.
Now, the Catholics believe that as long as you accept Jesus before you die, anyone can get into heaven. Really? Anyone? I accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior. Yes!
Exactly. We're doing the rapture strat. Okay? We're getting in under the wire. First of all, I don't think that's actually true for Catholics, chat. Catholics do not believe that. In fact, Catholics believe that you must solemnly practice good works and take your sacraments. All right? So you need baptism. You need confirmation. You need to be married sacramentally in the church. You need to take confession and not have your soul in the state of mortal sin. And then your faith and, and last rites will carry you to heaven. All right. You can't do buzzer beater strats for the Catholics. Okay. That's only true of the Southern evangelicals. Okay. Okay. So we're doing, and by the way, Catholics don't believe in the rapture either. So we're not doing a Catholic thing here. All right. We're not doing a Catholic thing here. We're doing Southern evangelical. Yeehaw! Yeah, we don't want to end up in the evangelization section of heaven. Fuck that. I mean, guys, do you even know what heaven is? Like, do you even understand what heaven is? You kind of lose your individuality and you join the chorus of souls in eternal praise of God, okay? Like, this is not exactly a fucking suck and fuck fest up there, all right? Like, you're going up there and you're fucking depersonalized and you're just kind of like going, God is cool, yeah, and that's it for eternity, okay? And you're not even like high up, there's all sorts of people above you. It's pretty lame, kind of lame, honestly. All right. I mean, I think one of my favorite things about human beings is they like fervently believe in heaven, and then they spend approximately 0 seconds actually thinking about like, well, what do the various religions think heaven is? It's just like heaven, and then everyone kind of retcons, or what is it? They fan out. What is that? What is it when fans just make shit up? Fanfics. Yeah, everybody fanfics their own heaven. Exactly. Everybody has their own heaven fanfic, and it's like, nah, bro. Like, there's something called theology. They like kind of laid out Their conceptualizations of heaven. What is your section? What is your sex conceptualization of heaven? And they're like, I meet my grandma and like everybody's hot. So that always wondered me. Like if I was a real uggo on the earth, like do I have an uggo soul or do I get a hot soul? And if I get a hot soul, is that really me? That's kind of fashy if you're like deleting the uggos, but also like it's kind of bullshit to be an uggo for eternity. Like, and also like when you die, like is your soul, like is it like when you're 25, do you have like a sliding scale where you could like activate different parts of your soul? Like, go, all right, I feel like being 11-year-old me for a while, and then you like skip ahead to like 80. But what if you die at 11? Are you just locked in at 11, or can you do like a heaven projection where you like age up your soul to 25? Because I don't know about you, being 11 for eternity would be bullshit. So what I'm trying to say is I'm not really sure I understand the whole heaven idea. Doesn't seem like people think about it very much. You made us understand it less. Yeah, well, because it does. Because, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, it's not real. It's not real, guys. It's not real, unfortunately. Donald Trump at the UN. This is Hitler at the League of Nations.
Appreciate it.
God, he's such a dipshit.
And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
This is why he wins, guys. Like, being a bitchy little queen, dude. He's such a fucking 2000 Mike. Don't come
Hello,
out.
Madam First Lady.
Don't come out 2000 Mike. It's 2025, dude.
Here.
Can't say that anymore.
Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous, at peace.
But then that's a diss to the queer community. LOL. Oh, jeez. I mean,
have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents.
You know who I think Trump is? Oh, this is so mean. You know the comedian that Mr. Beast complained about being considered less influential than Caleb? Trump is literally dark Caleb. Caleb is like, not this guy. Fuck. No, not. No, not. I blocked this guy, chat. His name is not Caleb. Caleb heard it. Yeah. Caleb Hammer. I blocked that guy on TikTok. He sucks. He's actually dog shit. I think he's the beginning of the right-wing pipeline. Like, legitimately.
We wanted to make it a little extra special for you. So you were recently named the 6th... Caleb, you were recently named the 6th most influential creator in the world by Rolling Stone magazine. That is 1 spot higher than Mr. Beast, who then rage tweeted that he couldn't believe that a person with only 1 million followers was named more influential than him, and that the Rolling Stones were mad at him. And so I know you've been in active peace talks.
Yeah.
We're hoping that this cake can sort of seal the deal.
Yeah, that's very cute. God love him. He called me, Mr. Beast. Called me and said, I'm so sorry about that.
Did he actually? This is really
he really did.
Incredible.
He said, can I call you? I said, yeah, sure. He called me. I said, why the hell not, brother? He called me. He was so apologetic. I said, I legitimately thought it was funny. I thought it was so funny. I laughed so hard. It meant nothing to me. By the way, he's right.
Oh, Caleb. Caleb is trying to avoid the backlash. You hate to see it.
I had my first conversation.
No,
we
Caleb,
wanted to make it.
Come on, stand on your business. You're undermining my point, man. Okay, here we go.
The like immigration deportation thing, there's a million reasons that it's evil and crazy, but particularly I'm like, do you not feel like a loser being like, where are your papers?
Yeah.
It's like, what? Why do you care about someone's driver's license, you f***ing freak?
I know.
It's freakazoid behavior.
Completely.
I don't care about someone's papers.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
What are we talking about?
What am I, the f***ing Gestapo?
Yes.
The like immigration.
So as you can see, we're gonna I'm doubling down on my take that Caleb is Trump from the light side. If Trump has told his father on the first day of college, by the way, I'm gay, and gone and done his like fucking Broadway plays like he really wanted to, if Trump had been a legendary Broadway producer who had given many an actor their start on his off-Broadway performances of Cats or whatever the fuck, and he would right now he'd be receiving his Lifetime Achievement Award at the Tonys, blubbering and crying down those big ruby red cheeks of his. He would have a hairless cat and a well-worn mink coat on that's dragging along the ground. All right, that's Donald Trump in his highest and best form. That's Donald Trump happy. Mike, look at this fire-ass TikTok. Okay, better be about me and how cool I am. Christians, the rapture has started. To ensure you get into heaven, make sure you give all your money to the poor and homeless, and especially to the Palestinians. Fuck, this is so... God damn it, that's...
Get into heaven. Make sure you give all your money to the poor and homeless, and especially to the Palestinians.
All right, okay, can we watch Donald Trump and his dumbass shit again? Can we watch this fucking moron? God, I hate this idiot. You know, fascism is one thing, but the fact that we get fascism with Donald Trump and Stephen Miller... Come on. Can we have any aesthetic sense, please? God damn it. We got lame fascism. We got Walmart fascism. We got Asmongold fascism. We got Tectone fascism. We got Round Rock, Texas fascism. We got Bucky's fascism.
Of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disaster. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble.
Crazy,
but today,
dude.
just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. It hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done, and all of you in this room benefit by that. Almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took...
Trump's approval on inflation is 29%. Do you approve or disapprove of the way Donald Trump is handling these specific issues? Inflation, 32% approve, 61% disapprove. Guys, we are so fucking back. We are so fucking back. Wait, did that link work on... What the fuck? Where'd the video go? What the fuck? Why is this like tidy? The fuck? Firefox, why did you do that?
Office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy, history of the world, and I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion, and for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. We have no choice. And other countries have no choice because other countries are in the exact situation with immigration, destroying your country.
God, he's such a bad speech giver without a teleprompter, isn't he?
On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP.
No puppet, you puppet.
Making our alliance far stronger and more powerful.
God, he looks like such shit.
In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years. 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years.
He's so fucking stupid. He's so useless, dude.
In all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people.
Why don't you name the war? I ended the blank war.
Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, vicious, violent, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran,
what?
Egypt
You caused that.
And Armenia and Azerbaijan.
They just stole a bunch of their land.
No president or prime minister.
He's such a dumb fuck. I started a war and then I ended it, but it's still going.
And I did it in just 7 months. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United in finalizing.
MAGA is so unpopular, and he's so unpopular, but here's the thing. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller being president is, they unfortunately know one thing, which is what I have tried to make my stream about for 6 years, which is if the president of the United States wants to do shit, he has almost unlimited ability to do shit. And this is what Democrats have been trying to teach you is not the case. And what I've been trying to teach you is the case, is that if a president of the United States wants to exercise power, he is very hard to constrain, especially if he has his own party whipped to support him. And the Republicans have a narrow majority, and they have the presidency, and they have the Supreme Court, and they're using it. They're not giving a shit about what the individual popularity of each individual policy is. They're just doing all the policies that they want to do. And guess what? Sure, maybe it's unpopular in the polls, but who gives a shit? They're accomplishing all their goals. Now, me personally, I think we should do the same thing when we have power. Accomplish all our fucking goals and stop micro-examining the polls. The difference is I have historical precedent of when you pass big social democratic reforms and people can feel it in their lives and you properly take credit, they will overwhelmingly support you. Whereas with Donald Trump, the clock is ticking. Everything he does is fucking unpopular as hell, and it's not going to make people better off or happier. And when they figure out, oh my God, I can't believe I lost my health care because of Donald Trump, they're going to hate his life, hate his ass. So everything they do is on a fucking ticking timer, and they know it. And that's why we need to defeat centrist Democrats and go with radical progressives as the bare minimum. Because when we get into power, the only way to actually make progress and undo all the harm that's been done is to have people with a set of fucking gonads. The left had power, got voted out. We have never had power in my lifetime. The left has never had power in my lifetime. And if you think the left has had power in my lifetime, you're a fucking idiot. And you don't know what the left means.
All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. The First Lady wasn't in great shape. She would have fallen. She's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the two things I got from the United Nations: a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much.
God, he's such a catty little.
Just went on. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier.
Why is there, ladies and gentlemen? I legitimately think we should just stick this guy in front of crowds. Like, we pay 20,000 people full-time salaries to just go and watch Donald Trump speeches all day. And he just sits in some Donald Trump arena and he just gives speeches until he dies and people cheer him. That's all he fucking wants. He is a quite unintelligent dipshit motherfucker who is a whiny catty bitch.
Thank you very much.
We need the Truman Show his ass.
I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such, for the most part, at least for now, all to do is write and then never follow empty words. And empty words don't sting all of these wars. And also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, big thing for which received no credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who to grow up with the mothers and fathers, because millions are being killed in endless and unglorious. Why
are you supporting Netanyahu then, dumb fuck? God, these guys are so stupid. They're fucking stupid. They're like such mediocre sociopaths. Why do people tolerate this shit? So fucking annoying, so pathetic. They're nothing.
On the renovation and rebuilding. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding.
Can someone, honestly, can modern medicine explain how Trump is still alive? Can anyone, is golf really that good for you? Like, I'm starting to think maybe golf is really good for you because you like go out into like green, you walk around, you get a little bit of vitamin D. I honest to God think golf has saved Donald Trump's life. Although he rides around in a cart like a fat blob. He doesn't even play he doesn't really play golf. He plays American golf. Golf, you're supposed to carry your bag and you walk the whole course. That's golf. If you're not carrying your own bag and you're not walking the whole course, that's not fucking golf. I mean, I guess having a caddy carry your bag, but at least you have to walk the course. You cannot ride around in a fucking cart. That's fat blob American shit. Our understanding and practice of cardiac medicine has advanced tremendously because of tech. God damn it. I mean, this guy fucking is gobbling up quarter pounders and Oreos. Like, how are you alive, man?
But they decided to go in another direction. It's much more, and I realized that they did not know what they were doing was so wrong. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive costs, between $2 and $4 billion on the building, and did not.
Guys, we have to trash Kamala Harris. We have to trash Kamala Harris. She is the most mediocre machine politician I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen so many machine politicians that literally didn't even understand a single thing that was going on. And they were holding office and voting on shit. They were just completely oblivious. But Kamala Harris may be the worst politician I've ever seen. Like, god damn, she is such a talentless hack. And so stupid. Holy crap. She's dumb.
Even get the marble floors that you walk on Terraza. As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building, stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years
Trump
ago.
Is by far the best president we've had in 20 years. Counter argument. I have a counter argument for you. U.S. freight shipments are in recession. The Cass Freight Index dropped 9.3% year over year in August, hitting its lowest level since the 2020 COVID crash. This index tracks freight shipments within North America and serves as a key gauge of U.S. shipping activity. August marks its 28th consecutive monthly decline. Freight shipments have now fallen 20% over the last 3 years. The last time such a prolonged fall occurred was during the 2008 financial crisis. Goods movement in the U.S. is slowing sharply. So in other words, the counter argument is our economy has crashed since his stupid Make America Great Again tax cut for the rich. Surprise, surprise. The more money you give to rich people, the worse the economy does. China is no longer buying American soybeans. China has said they're not going to buy any AI chips from NVIDIA. So American goods are no longer being shipped, but prices are not coming down. So we are heading into stagflation. That's a period of recession plus high inflation, which is why Donald Trump has a 62% disapproval rating on inflation. Congratulations, dumb fuck. Now, I want to find that chatter because I want to know everything about them. Because when somebody is stupid, I don't just want to refute what they're saying. I want to find out why they are stupid. Who was the guy who said that Trump was the best? Fuck. There's so many of you here that where is he? All right, hold on. Kimmel implied Donald Trump is a communist. Oh, here he is. His name is West Palm. Okay, thank God. West Palm. Okay. He came in to say that and he ran away. Uh-oh. Wait, why'd you run away? Why'd you unfollow? Why'd you puss out? Hey, where'd you go? Where'd you go? First of all, you created your account in 2018, so you were probably at least in your 30s. We're going to find all about West Palm. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. We got a highlight.
I see one right there.
Is that a little bit of Southern drawl I detect? Is that a little bit of Southern drawl? That sounds like you might be from South Carolina, where they're a little bit soft. Bro, they're shooting at you. Yo, bro, they're shooting at you.
Wow, I got it.
You know, Chad, there was actually a study done about misogyny online, and it says, study shows men who aren't good at video games are more likely to harass women. Video game study finds losers more likely to harass women. So what they're talking about is online, when you're a subpar gamer and you're a man, you're much more likely to harass women online. This is actually 100% true, a study, 2015. And once I read this study, I understood it because, okay, this is very cringe for me to say. So what I'll do is I'll give you guys a quest. Go ask VO or go ask anybody who's ever gamed with me if I'm a good gamer. All right. Let's just say I'm pretty decent. Okay. And I've never understood why people hyper focus on female teammates to yell at. And this study explained it to me. It's because I'm not bad. Because I'm not bad, I don't have to like blame other people for my failure. And so online, dickless dudes yell at women because they're bad. So as I was saying, this guy thinks Donald Trump is a good president. Doesn't react to getting shot at.
Wow, I got it.
You're missing someone who's on the ground. You are missing someone who is literally on the ground. Look at this crosshair. Anyway, sorry for getting distracted, Chad. I just wanted you to know, every conservative, the moment we give them 1% of the attention they try to put my direction, they can't hold up. They fold like a cheap suit.
The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money. It turned out that they had no idea what it was. But
Mike, he won't see this, but your subs who suck at video games will. If you suck at video games, that's totally fine. I suck at playing the flute. You know, we all have different skills and different abilities. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy video games. But let me tell you this. If you go on video games and harass women because you're bad, then I'll treat you like that guy. If you come into my chat and say Donald Trump is good, you better be fucking locked up with your shots. You better have your fucking highlight reel be good, okay? I better see a selfie shot. I better see you on a productive job, and I better see you locked in on video games. Those are the minimum requirements before you can start preaching hierarchical fascism. We are going to check and see where you line up in the hierarchy, bitch.
$1 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations just like that.
Yeah, I saw that, young Rhodes. We have it lined up.
Much bigger scale. Whether the UN can play a productive role, I've come.
Wait a minute. This is just a self-licking popsicle. NVIDIA is giving its profits to AI data centers to buy more. That's like when a streamer buys subs for their chat and goes like, wow, look at how many subs I have. Bitch, That's a bubble. That's not a real measurement of your support of your community. That's you wasting your money to make your number go up. What? This is the investor equivalent of you botting.
Here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we have failed approach and work together to confront some of the greatest threats. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful of weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor can never be allowed. That's why, shortly, the so-called Supreme Leader, a letter making a general, I extended a full cooperation nuclear. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors, U.S. interests throughout the region, and some great countries right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, I can say almost all of them, are no longer. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 30,000-pound on Iran's key nuclear facility, totally obliterating everything.
So Donald Trump is going into the United Nations and he's explaining how he violated the United Nations Charter by making a unilateral attack on a sovereign member nation without a Security Council resolution authorizing it. Like, hey guys, hey, welcome UN. Hey, I just want to let you know we violated the UN Charter like really bad. I'm doing this thing called confessing of war crimes.
No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did.
Scott Princess, thanks for the 5 tier 1s.
On earth. We hate to use them, but we did something
dangerously close to a hype train, chat.
22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight.
His audio is dog shit, chat. Sorry.
As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasons to make peace. We can't forget October 7th. Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a power. The rewards would be too great. Their atrocity, a reward, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept it. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving, they've taken so much and solved so long, but instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demand, who want peace united with one message, release the hostage, just release. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostage. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2. And as you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest. It's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't.
Thank you for the support,
2,
chat.
and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken...
He really does speak like the level that Americans are at. He really is the average American on intellect.
3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week. From 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in much smaller numbers where rockets are shot.
Keep that hype trade boosted.
Dropped. This war would
thank
never
you,
have started if I were president.
J-Man, for the prime.
Should have never happened.
Einhoist, thank you for the tier 1.
It shows you what leadership is. Bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it. They have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biologic once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond. Include nuclear and a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time, that are so powerful, just can't ever use them. If you ever use them,
Thanks for the resubs, guys.
the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. Just a few years ago, reckless overseas gave us, yet despite that worldwide...
He's making it up! He's making that up! He's making that up!
Bioweapons.
We don't know where COVID came from. We think it has abiotic origin. What is he talking about?
Potential disasters. I'm announcing today that my administration will lead going to be meeting with the top leaders by pioneering an AI verification that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can...
Oh yeah, chat. Just like Grok. There's no way to manipulate your AI systems. Everybody could trust. Dr. Dude, I'm sorry, man, but Donald Trump is a dumb fuck. Come on. He's so stupid.
Constructive. It will also go the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is. It could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it could be put to tremendous use and is good. And this would be an example. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries.
Anonymous, thank you for the 2-1.
And their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into, and then we have to get
Refugee isn't illegal. It's specifically illegal.
Food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border.
He's so fucking dumb, man. I mean, he's not dumb at this point. He's not dumb at this point. He's just a lying sack of shit, okay? He's not dumb. He's a liar.
Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in. 25 million. All
right, chat. We're upping the speed.
Incompetent Biden, and now we have it stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop.
Cat is going to stream.
And not finance. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our reasserted that America belongs to the American people. And I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their mentioning name. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing. I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor. It's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. They cannot. This cannot be. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their country, paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation into that country. And now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies.
He's so dumb. Holy shit. It's insane.
Never seen before with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should in many cases be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems, not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25, 30,000 people, these massive caravans pouring into our country, totally unchecked. And according to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals. In Austria, the number was 53% from places from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful, 72% of people in prison. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did. They repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration.
When the bubble pops, man, when the economy crashed, dude. Honestly, could I say one thing? Let me pause it for a second here and just say, I have never felt more optimistic than I am right fucking now. Donald fucking Trump, when the economy crashes, and it's crashing as we speak, when the economy crashes, this motherfucker might not be able to break 20% approval rating. Like, we are going to find out just how low an approval rating can go. When this economy finally, when the AI bubble finally bursts, this economy will fall so fucking hard. It's going to be insane. When it's going to be a dual real estate and AI bubble. We're going to have a double bubble burst. Welcome to the 21st century depression. Oh, shit is going to suck.
And removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming. This was a humanitarian act for all involved. On the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like horribly beaten. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did, and we saved so many lives of people that didn't make the journey. That journey loaded up with death. Loaded up with death.
Your reward for doing the journey is to be brutalized by goons.
All along the roads of jungles. To get up, they go through jungles. They go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation. Areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers. My people have done it, what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done in the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold.
Where? In your ICE detention camp?
Talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. Nobody knows who they are. Said, where do you come from? We'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to the mother and father, rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000. Any system that results in the mass trafficking is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. We're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as forest. You see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel quickly anymore. We've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands. I've also designated multiple drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS and Tren de Aragua. Such organizations torture, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the to destroy Venice network.
Which they didn't demonstrate at all. They just blew up a short-range boat.
Terrorist thugs smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States blow you out of existence. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs.
Legitimately, he is
and other drugs. Each boat
a psychotic fascist freak, man. Jesus Christ.
Not let that
doesn't go after.
Energy is
Meanwhile, he doesn't go after any of the multi-billionaire American corporations plying opioids to the American people. Those guys, they didn't do anything wrong. They said opioids were not addictive. They advertised it everywhere. Not a problem.
Area where the United States is now thriving, like we're getting rid of the falsely named renewable. They're a joke. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so expensive, and they have to be rebuilt all the time to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived. It's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world?
In 2024, China added 4.4 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity, accounting for 55% of all global additions that year. China breaks more records with surge in solar and wind power. This article is 2 months old. China's installation of wind and solar in May are enough to generate as much electricity as Poland, as the world's second biggest economy breaks further records with its rapid buildup of renewable energy infrastructure.
Most expensive energy ever conceived. It's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world? They barely use them. You know what they use? Coal? Almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmill. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction.
He just makes shit up.
The green energy.
He just makes shit up.
Germany was being led down a very.
We just read an article yesterday in the New York Times about a massive windmill that was being built in Laos. And there was a CIA article about how bad it was that they were investing in Laos because they were selling the electricity to Vietnam. We just read a New York Times article yesterday about that. About how evil China is for removing all the unexploded ordnance from America's bombing of Laos 60 years ago and building massive wind farms to sell electricity to Vietnam. We just read that article yesterday. I guess the CIA and Donald Trump are not on the same page.
Both on immigration, by the way, and they were going green. And they were going
yes, he's out of time, chat. That's what the blinking red button right here is. You're out of time. Please end your speech.
New leadership came in and they went back to where they were with fossil fuel and with nuclear, but they went back to where they were and they opened up a lot of different energy plants, energy producing plants. Well, I give Germany a lot of credit for said this is a disaster what's happened. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. It's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized. I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of this with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic. The National Guard took care of business. 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again. And I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe. There's tremendous oil that hasn't been. The prime minister said, you're sitting with the greatest. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left. And more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. Tremendous for the United Kingdom. 3 days in a row, that's all he heard. North Sea oil. Stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills, massive solar panels that go 7 miles.
Okay, guys, you have to understand that Scotland has some of the highest wind potential in the entire world. It's some of the windiest places on Earth are in the Scottish Northern Islands. They can literally generate so much wind power, they can power the whole fucking island. In fact, they have too much wind power in Scotland. They need transmission lines to get it south. God, he's dumb as fuck.
7 miles taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible as any nuclear holocaust. This is what they said at the... Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s, global cooling will kill... We have to do so. Then they said global, it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change because that way they can't... It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job perpetrated. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in no more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reason, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting. I actually said during the campaign, they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about, and I'm telling you that if you don't get away from...
Chad, is this what I sound like? You put some Mike was right in the chat if this is how I sound, but I'm right about everything.
The green energy scam, your country is going to fail.
It's so fucking interesting how completely wrong this is and how America's toast. Like, it's actually insane how completely wrong Donald Trump is about green energy and how fucked we are because of this. On the one hand, the US will either be so completely dependent on fossil fuels and fossil fuel production that our economy crashes when the prices decline, or if the prices increase, our country is so vulnerable to price increases in fossil fuels and in fossil fuel energy that it crashes our economy. So we are double fucked. Either we're fucked on the consumption side or we're fucked on the production side. Meanwhile, China's like, we're installing this renewable energy to get rid of coal. We're building 150 nuclear reactors. They're building 150 nuclear reactors. 150. They're spending billions on fusion energy research. They're trying to build right now a commercially viable fusion power plant. They're setting up a moon base, possibly to exploit helium-3 resources. We are so fucked, it's not even funny.
People that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to... I'm the president of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe.
Dabby, exactly.
I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and let that happen, your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration, the fake energy, before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path. And you know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines, everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in, and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane, and he'd fly back, and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Congratulations, great job. It's yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries, you know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. But, you know, we have a border, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight.
Okay, I'm sorry, chat, but this shows you how dumb he is. This is the IEA, the International Energy Authority. China, record-breaking renewables investment in China, advancing in tandem with the expansion of grid and storage for renewables while keeping coal in the mix. This is the reality. In the 10 years since the signing of the Paris Agreement and 5 years since the announcement of dual carbon goals, China has seen a precipitous rise in clean energy investment, particularly in renewables. China invested $625 billion in 2024, almost doubling their investment since 2015. China also achieved its 2030 wind and solar capacity target in 2024, 6 years ahead of schedule. So China is by far and away the biggest renewable energy investor in its own shit. And Donald Trump is pretending like it's... So are they just wasting money? Are they cucking themselves?
That shape is amorphous. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air is, and the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of, almost too much, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette. The whole thing. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably, gasoline prices are way down.
Nós reduzimos os custos de energia porque nós faremos como a expressão vamos fazer.
What the fuck? Why did Fox News suddenly switch to Spanish? What
Por
the
exemplo, se você olhar
What the fuck?
nos países
Or Portuguese?
Mas nós nos Estados Unidos
It's Portuguese?
Usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar nado e ninguém usa tudo isso.
Okay, so literally, what the fuck?
O mundialista não tem nenhum.
The challenge with trade is much the same with the countries that follow the rules. All their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to. We've used as under the Trump mission, including my first term, were hundreds of billions of, and by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of, but this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administration, incompetent administration and history. The sleepy Joe Biden. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights of our Americans with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be...
He sent Bolsonaro to prison. Bolsonaro just got owned. Lula said, this is what you got to understand about fascists, chat. They only respect strength. If you cave to them, they will take more and more and more. You want to stop a fascist? You have to metaphorically, all right, like straight to the Lulag.
Agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited. Worked out too well. We did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet. If that's
Lula's laughing his ass off.
Nice man. He liked me. I liked him. But if you and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. We had at least for about 39 seconds. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this? Unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, I'm very sorry Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of a testament to enduring power. And we will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup. and shortly thereafter the 2028, which is going to be very exciting. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these great celebrations, that together we all can rejoice in of history that began in July 4th, 1776, all nations. It's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us, renewing our commitment, values, and those values that we hold so dear together. Defend free speech, persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each incredible. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of our countries that cherish are fading fast because of their policies. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader, beautiful hall today.
Traditional energy sources. You mean like wind? You mean like windmills and water wheels and, you know, like hydro? Like the first water sources were hydroelectric dams or hydro dams. Fuck, they had water wheels in the Middle Ages. They had windmills in the Middle Ages. Those are the traditional forms of power, you dumb fuck. It's so funny to complain about windmills in the rural areas because that's what we had dotting the entire fucking world, dummy.
A noble history and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unlike anything else in human history or any other place. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to from Cairo to and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of a beloved nation, all of our nation, with their own courage. Our ancestors climbed and conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open. They charged, plunged into grave. They built towns into cities, tribes, ideas into industries, and mighty empires.
What the fuck is this? A Civ 4 like
they were champions, never gave
introduction
up.
video? Like what the fuck is he talking about?
Their vision forged everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes, and who so bravely our ancestors gave everything, defended with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous. So together let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and preserve their culture and tradition and fight for their precious dreams and in friendship, beautiful vision. Let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States.
I've never seen, like, every time you really watch Donald Trump talk, it's dumber than the last time. It's dumber than the last time. I swear. It's more incoherent. He says more laughably false shit. The idea that China is making renewable energy but not using it is just, it's such a stupid error. And it's fascinating because it's like he's insulting the intelligence of everyone because everyone knows that's not true, right? So presumably he's saying it to trick his fans, but he wants his fans to be dumb. Like he wants his fans to believe shit that's not true so they could be manipulated more. But the problem is like one Google search, one piece of investigation will show that he's lying and he's completely wrong. So like his fans, he could just trust his fans to never double check anything and have no self-respect. I mean, it's crazy. This is why I'm not a right winger, because it's just like everybody knows renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. Everybody knows that China is investing in it as hard and fast as they can while also selling it abroad. So if you're not making arguments with that as your basis, how the fuck are you alive? Google is fake news, you liberals. So true. My mother-in-law and father don't trust the internet unless it confirms that what they are told by the admin. I'm pretty sure your family is just a cult. They're just cult members. And that's what you should say to them. It'd be like, you are in a cult. You act like a cult member. The escalator did stop working. Donald Trump, he's lazy. He doesn't walk up the steps. He takes the escalator. Oh, the escalator stopped. Why don't you back up and go on the other one? The escalator, guys. They're both going up. Why didn't you just go to the other one? The other one was still operating, but he didn't have aura. Chat, I got really, I ate at a 10 milligram edible yesterday, and I am a lightweight. So a 10 milligram edible, that hits me solidly. It's not like, I'm not like destroyed or anything, but I get maximum munchies. But the connections I was making yesterday, the lateral connections that only weed can facilitate, I was talking a lot about aura and what is auraful. And this, ladies and gentlemen, has no aura. Donald Trump standing around going, oh no, the escalator didn't run. This is zero aura. He didn't act like a man with a plan. He looked around confused like an old boomer. Aura fail. You, Hassan Austin, ideal blunt rotation. I have a feeling Hassan strikes me as the type of autist that doesn't do any drugs. He strikes me as a dare autist. He strikes me as somebody who would never, ever smoke weed or do shrooms or anything. I'm not even talking about the hard stuff. I'm talking about the stuff that doesn't even count. He's a mushroom guy. No shot. He's done shrooms when 2008. He's an ADHD guy. He's an autistic hyper, the odd ADHD. You know what I mean? Autistic ADHD guy who's on a gallon of Zins and probably caffeine. The last Coachella, I rest my case. That's try hard shit. Ooh, I went to a festival and did mushrooms. Ooh, I rest my fucking case. Real mushroom heads do it on their couch. Mike, you were high for at least 4 hours if you ate 10 milligrams Delta 9 edible and haven't done it in years or months. Okay, first of all, it wasn't a Delta 9. It was just a standard edible. What do you think of this guy? A leftist guide to debating capitalism. Oh no, that's not the type of title that I fuck with. Oh, that's not a title I fuck with. That's a very inauspicious title. He was on shrooms during this famous picture. That's what I'm talking about. You get on a private plane while high on shrooms. Terrible trip. All right, let's get on to some other shit. We haven't watched one of these videos in a while, and I really want to. We have ourselves a Chad video. Now, I have met Chad. Chad probably forgot they met me, which is totally fine. I don't care, because I'm a Chad supporter. All right? Chad is cool as fuck. Now, Chad comes from, I believe, a conservative Christian like family, mega church style family. So I want to check this video out because Chad fucking rocks. Chad is an MB. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that. Are they them, or are they she they? Does anybody know pronouns? Chad is raptured for sure. Be right back. Can I just say how? Sorry about this, Chad. I fixed the audio. Sorry, the audio was so low. Can I just say how embarrassing American wealth is? Like, our rich people don't build anything that's cool. They don't go like, all right, I'm going to build a really sick fucking theater that's made out of marble for everybody to go to that is cool as shit. Like, they just don't do anything. It's all McMansionized. Or they build that California style, you know what I mean? The California style rich people home. It's so fucking cringe.
For this, he wanted to be Marty McFly. Guys, he has to go back in time and stop the crucifixion, so he doesn't have to come into work anymore. A lot of these sermons feel like they were created for reasons other than spreading the gospel. Some of these pastors seem to have realized that they can have whatever they want on stage as long as they find some kind of way to relate it to their sermon.
hold on, God, I thought you was doing something. How do I get out of... I'm your anchor.
Oh, brother. Did you really need to spend probably tens of thousands of dollars on an ocean set with rain machines and an entire real boat just to say that God is your anchor? That's one of the least groundbreaking messages in the gospel. Or water breaking, because the anchor goes through. I don't know if they get to personally keep the items they use on stage and if this is some kind of way to get things they already wanted while getting to write it off as a church expense. But it's kind of...
God is like... He's like this battery of this drill. And as you guys know, these batteries are very expensive. And once you go down one, you can't buy a Milwaukee drill and then buy yourself some other brand nail gun because the batteries are not compatible. You got to go down one line. So these batteries get expensive. 1 battery is expensive. 2 batteries is expensive. 3 batteries are expensive.
Really hard to think it's not.
We're all going on a journey, walking through life. When it comes to who Jesus is, what direction are you headed?
I don't know, but I know what direction you're heading. None. You're not going anywhere. There is no way, allegedly, that he didn't just see the TikTok trend of people buying these under-desk treadmills and wanted one for himself, and then use this sermon as an excuse to buy it for the church. He's literally standing on a massive stage by himself. He could have just done this. You know, sometimes it feels like we're just walking through life. And then other times we're not getting enough steps in, so we need a compact treadmill for our home office. He literally walks to the treadmill to demonstrate walking. And you know what? He didn't even need to do that. We know what walking looks like. It's not like we were struggling to picture what he was talking about. You know, the other day I was thinking, while I was on the toilet, this is what that looks like, by the way. And I started thinking, you know, we're all just kind of farting our way through life. And this is what it would look like if this video was sponsored. This video is sponsored by Rocket Money. A few months ago, I realized I was...
Chad, no! No mortgage sponsorships.
And vehicles seem to be the most common things for these pastors to incorporate. I don't know why.
You know they're in bad shape when they are advertising mortgage services to the Chad audience. You know they're tapped out. If you're looking at an audience of people who do not own their own home, it's the millennials watching Chad, and obviously the Gen Zers watching Chad. Like these are the people that are not mortgaged. Okay, they are not mortgaged, and they have no prospects of becoming mortgaged. You know they're in trouble.
Be because those are some of the most expensive things you could incorporate into a sermon. It couldn't be that. It couldn't be that reason. Obviously, we have Marty McFly, we have the boat, but we also have a full stage of motorcycles, which might seem like a flashy, pointless expense, but they're actually part of the choir. You should hear.
By the way, guys, charity. By the way, guys, this is a charity. This is tax deductible charity. By the way.
I'm saying they've got crazy pipes. And then we have this.
Man, that was amazing. What's that? Woohoo! I did double loops. I did not expect a double loop.
I mean, I guess this is fine as long as he's got some kind of way to tie it back into the message and it's not something obvious and dumb like life is full of ups and downs.
You know what? Life is full of ups and downs.
Never mind. When I was going through these videos, this roller coaster just kept showing up.
You know, I broke my foot yesterday.
Oh my God, bro. He went around twice. Why does he need to go around twice? It's so awkward. This was longer than actual roller coaster rides. That went on for so long that by the time he got off, his name was Ed Old. I do like the theme song for this event, just being people singing the word of the thing on stage. Under this treadmill, under this treadmill, I'm a rock star, we just rock star. Here's the roller coaster again at a different church. Except this time they have a curtain of sparks. Jesus loves a curtain of sparks. And here it is again at a different church.
Come on, somebody make some noise. Come on, everybody, give it up for Jesus today.
This prop is even crazier to me because there's barely an attempt to hide the fact that this has nothing to do with preaching. This is just a way for them to make a grand entrance like they're headliners at a concert. He does give this line to try and tie it back in though.
It's amazing to have a creative God who has creative stuff going on, and when the world is in chaos and they're all flipping upside down, we're just having a good time.
Thank you. Thank you guys. Please be seated. You know, it's great to have a creative God who makes creative things like roller coasters. And next week, he's gonna create me a Porsche. My favorite part though is when the crowd doesn't cheer enough for their extravagant entrance and he calls them out for it.
What? Come on, you can do better than that.
We know that a lot of you in the crowd today can't afford to take your families to Disney World, so we decided to spend thousands of dollars recreating one on stage to right in front of your impoverished faces. Now clap louder. I tried to look into the church that had this roller coaster, but it turns out this is one big church group conglomerate with a bunch of locations in 3 different states. So I assume they're shipping this one roller coaster around, which I'm sure is easy to do since it's so tiny and small and skinny and light. I also tried to find out how much it would cost to make this thing and found this ride manufacturing company saying that a small roller coaster can cost up to $50,000. What the fuck do you mean? I don't really care if it got more than one use by being shipped to their other churches. There was no need for it to exist in the first place.
I mean, shipping it probably requires like a tractor trailer. It probably requires a full-blown, like, dedicated tractor trailer, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then you probably need professional crew in order to install that thing. So you're talking about stage crew, like extremely professional, expensive stage crew. Like, you're not going to want the roller coaster to be put together shoddily. We're talking millions for this kind of shit. Like, I'm not even kidding. Now, you could use volunteers from the church. I find that highly unlikely, but possible.
$50,000 could have helped everyone in your congregation that couldn't afford rent that month. Or a car. You could have bought a whole car for a family in your community that needed one. I don't care if you get more than one use out of something that's useless. Hey man, when you're done with the giant broken and also empty gumball machine, can I borrow it? Ah man, I would, but I actually loaned it to Paul. What? I'm sorry. Why? Yeah, and I'm not gonna be done with it for a while. But Paul, I need it to... Well, too bad, because I'm using it for... bitch. All right, that's it.
I used to be a stage builder for Lollapalooza and a bunch of other festivals. You could pack that up in a standard semi and freight container, but you're looking at $30K for a good container and $400K for a truck on the low end, not counting maintenance. Yeah, I mean, what would it cost to rent that truck just for that one shipment? AOC is running for Senate. She's running for president, bro. She's not running for Senate. She's running for president, bro. She's going to run for president, and Zoran's going to run for Senate. Like, just understand that. That's what's going to happen. And I've been predicting this for years at this point. It is what it is. It's why I've never completely gone anti-AOC. I've continually criticized her, but I understand something. She is Bernie's number 2. She's the person Bernie likes the most. Of all the lefties, Bernie likes her the most. So... that's just that. I don't know, you know, I'm not saying that. And she's very popular in her own right. So he's anointing her. It is what it is.
California.
Mike replaced AOC follows me on Twitter with Summer Lee. Exactly. Because Summer Lee is better. Summer Lee is better. Summer Lee is the best congresswoman in the entire House, not named Rashida Tlaib. The only competitor. Summer Lee is queen.
No, we don't back down from a fight. And this November, the fight belongs to you. Donald Trump is redrawing election.
She's going to run for the presidential primary, lose to Newsom, and then become Newsom's vice president. I will bet you money that that does not occur. If you think Gavin Newsom is going to survive a presidential primary, you are insane. The only reason why he's getting these boosts is he's not really being paid attention to, and people are desperate for anybody to fight back against Trump. So you get approval whenever you are seen as doing that. But in an actual competitive primary, people are not going to side with Gavin fucking Newsom. They're going to see his takes and they're going to go, that sucks. Don't be a pathetic fucking doomer. Especially when people see his position on Israel. They're going to be like, ew, we're not going, this is not 2020 anymore.
Maps to force through a Congress that only answers to him, not.
You do realize Joe Biden won the nomination. Joe Biden won the nomination because he was legitimately just the mentality of Democrats. They had not lost trust in media. This is what you people don't seem to understand, is that we are entering a new stage of America's political reality where the left wing doesn't trust the media. And this is what we've needed. The reason why Donald Trump and the far right was able to take over the GOP is because the GOP undermined trust in the media first for decades. And so when all the media was saying, don't vote for Trump, he's bad, all of the Republican voters were already like, fuck the media. I'm doing everything the media says not to do. So the more the media was against Trump, the more the voters on the Republican right liked Trump. And that same phenomenon is happening on the left. People are abandoning the media. They see the media sucking up to Donald Trump. They see things like Jimmy being fired, Jimmy Kimmel being fired. They're seeing like their trust in the media is crashing. And that gives us an opportunity on the alt left, on the, the left wing media space that exists online to take control of the base voter. That's why 77% of Democrats are against Israel, or pro-Palestine, I should say. And only 7% are pro-Israel. If the media was dominating Democratic views, the support for Israel will be a lot higher than 7%. We are entering a stage that we've never before seen. And I want you to understand something, chat. You could tell if somebody is low IQ because they think such and such thing happened in a prior attempt, therefore it will happen again, without evaluating current conditions. A lot of people do this. That's very low IQ. That's very poor analysis. And if you are the type of person who makes that analysis, you're going to get a lot of shit wrong. You're going to see a lot of things not coming. You're going to be slow and behind the curve. And you're doing lazy analysis that gives you permission to be stupid and slow and disengaged. Just delete IQ from y'all's vocabulary. It sounds so sus. I mean, this is the type of shit I'm talking about. This is the type of shit the left does. That is just, come on, everybody knows what I'm talking about. You're not using your brain. You're not cognating. You're not thinking. You're just doing some very accurately low wattage shit. It's not that IQ is heritable or IQ is that important. It's just a phrase that everybody can kind of understand quickly. Low intellect, low intellectual effort. You can see how someone is low IQ who places faith in a ruling class party. The Dems have done this not once, but numerous times. We'll record this and play it back in 2027. By the way, that's exactly the type of liberalism that you represent, which is you represent politics where you think that you are a passive observer of politics, where I think I'm an active participant in what happens. I am trying to make my analysis happen. I am not just giving analysis as I'm sitting in a fucking Star Trek observation lounge looking down on the rest of the world. I'm out here in the world trying to make my analysis happen. I'm not a pundit. I'm a participant in politics, and so are you. So if Gavin Newsom wins the primary, that means you're a fucking loser. And you don't get to throw your hands up and say, I told you so. You are a fucking loser too. It's 2025, bitch. You're already giving up. You've already said Gavin Newsom's going to beat your ass. Why aren't you good at persuasion? Why aren't you good at changing minds? Why the fuck aren't you making it so that Gavin Newsom doesn't win? Did he win already? I think not, bitch. Why are you throwing yourself as an observer? You're part of this game. You're giving in already? Imagine giving up like a cock 3 years before the fucking primary happens. Weak, stupid, lazy, non-organized leftism. Truly doomer liberalism. Pathetic. And I think if you're that type of person, you're a fucking loser. You're a born loser. Because you're too scared to be like, well, if I try really hard, what if I fail? Then I'll feel bad. Oh, well, I'm going to avoid feeling bad by not trying and acting smug. Way to be a fucking loser, man. I'm out here saying Gavin Newsom is beatable, and here's why. And you're out there saying, well, I'm going to prove you wrong by doing nothing and trying to make Gavin Newsom win. Shut the fuck up, loser. Zoran Mamdani ahead of Curtis Silva and tied with Andrew Cuomo on Staten Island. It's over. Mamdani is winning among white voters on Staten Island? Staten Island, Mamdani 29, Cuomo 29, Silva 26. White voters, Mamdani beating Cuomo by 8 points? This is an underestimation, chat, because the poll is likely voters. So there's a whole bunch of people that are unlikely voters that are going to show up for Mamdani. I bet you he breaks 55 or 60%, not 45%. I think the worst thing about online leftism is how many people have pundit brain. How many people think of themselves as observers of politics rather than participants at politics with a side. You have a fucking side, bitch. What side are you on? And what are you doing to make it win? What's your side? What's your fucking side? Who are you trying to have win and why? That's the question you need to be asking yourself. You need to stop acting like you're a fucking internet pundit or some sort of neutral journalist. You're not. You are a political actor in this country, in this world. Whose side are you on? And what are you doing to win? If Gavin Newsom wins the primary in 2028, that'll be it. That'll be a wrap for our lives, bitch. That'll be a wrap for our motherfucking lives, bitch. I'm running for County Board of Supervisors because I'm a participant, bitches. Hell yeah, Drizzle McFizzle. Hell yeah, brother. I ask my friend that all the time and he refuses to answer. He says he doesn't have to take sides, that it just divides people, but it's bullshit. If you do refuse to take a side, you're on the side of the status quo. You're on the side of the powers that be. That's the side you're on by default. Unless you declare your own side different from the status quo, if you do nothing, that's whose side you're on. And right now, that's Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, a 6'3" Supreme Court, and a Republican trifecta at the federal level. That's the side you're on right now if you refuse to take a side. The incentive of online content creation is to develop a cult of personality, not to teach and develop people to be political agents of change on any scale. I refute you by existing. I refute your argument by existing. I refute your argument by being the largest left-wing political content creator on Twitch right this minute. You're wrong. People want to be part of communities that care. People want to be earnest. People want to be cringe. People want to be on a side. People want to have permission to care. I'm giving you permission to care. I am giving you permission to cringe. I'm giving you permission to cry. I'm giving you permission to work your butt off and lose, and then pick yourself up and try again. I'm going to be the first person in your life saying it's okay to not win, or it's okay to fail the first time you try something. You only get bitter by giving up after the first failure. You only get better if you can dust yourself off and learn some determination, learn steadfastness, learn not to give up. If you have ever studied the left, if you've ever studied history, you understand that every successful revolution went through hell. It wasn't fucking rainbows and unicorns and win after win after win. So if you want to be a leftist, if you really want to call yourself a leftist, I don't want to hear some namby-pamby doomer bullshit around me. Keep it to your fucking self. Nobody cares if you're ready to give up. We all know you can give up at any time. We all figured that out around 13 years old. We all had that moment. We were alone in our bedroom thinking about life. When we had that realization, we all understand that you can give up at any time. This is an opt-in game. We all know how to disconnect the controller. Kamala Harris has broken her silence, chat, and this is what she came up with.
A tyrant. We used to compare the strength of our democracy to communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now, Donald Trump. And these titans of industry are not speaking a tyrant.
Imagine being a Democrat and comparing Donald Trump to communism. He's literally trying to get the American soldier to goose step, and you're comparing him to communism? Absolute loser shit. What a fucking loser. And it's worse than that. It gets worse than that. Prominent Democrats hit out on Disney. I always believed that if push came to shove, those titans of industry would be guardrails for our democracy, Kamala Harris told Rachel Maddow of MSNBC. If you have ever read a book of history, you understand that the titans of industry, the capitalist class, has always, with rare exceptions of the occasional class traitor, united behind right-wing strongman dictators because they serve their interests. And if you think this, you cannot lead our movement. Okay, we're not playing a music video. Corporate leaders openly admit they will side with authoritarianism over democracy if democracy might produce policies they don't like. Kathy Wild, president and CEO of Partnership for New York City, a nonprofit organization that represents the city's top business leaders, said Republicans have told her that the threat to capitalism from the Democrats is more concerning than the threat to democracy from Trump. This is exactly what I have been saying for years. It's why I told you that the centrist Democrats will side with fascists And we've said this for 6 fucking years on this stream. This has been a fundamental founding idea of the stream, is that the right wing of the Democrats is just as much of our enemy as the right wing of Republicans. But that's not where the people are. 65% of the people are largely progressive in their worldview of policy. So all we need to do is get into power and start implementing those policies that the vast majority of the country will love and support. And when they see that, when they feel their lives improving, when they can connect it to our political movement, we will reorganize American politics for decades to come. And the example from the 20th century is the New Deal. Except when we do the New Deal, we won't leave anybody behind. But even the New Deal saw overwhelming realignment of black voters toward Roosevelt. His wife was pro-civil rights. His vice president was pro-civil rights. FDR, there were flawed compromises. There were problems with the New Deal, but there were also many, many programs that helped every American of every race. And the result was a realignment in this country. At one point, the Democrats had like over 70 senators. And that New Deal coalition was dismantled by Bill Clinton, and we have been on our heels ever since these neoliberals took over the Democratic Party. And if we're going to change this country, we need a left-wing party, a labor party, a multiracial labor party. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And this is the Democratic candidate for governor in New Jersey. She's gonna fucking lose.
So when Newsmax claims that you made $7 million from stock trades, what did they?
Newsmax paying multiple fines. Sure, what they're talking about.
Well, did you make $7 million in stock trades at all?
I haven't. I don't believe I did, but I'd have to go see what that was alluding to again. What kind of came from.
So when Newsmax claims that you made.
Pro tip, chat. Pro tip for centrist politicians. They're not gonna listen to me because they're dumb cocks. But if you make $7 million from stock trades, you get in there and you say, yeah, I fucking did. And you say what you got the stock trades for. Yeah, I invested early in NVIDIA. Yes, I did this. This is why I did it. The reason why she gets nervous is because it's shady. She's trading on insider information. Why did you make those trades? How do you make the 7 million? She broke the law. That's why. All right, we were watching Mega Churches or Mega Cringe, and I got ADHD'd 5 times. DSA ADHD. Oh, no. New emote, chat. New emote. ADHD. If I'm ever ADHD too hard, you could DSA ADHD.
Oh, yeah? What are you going to do? Come on.
Guys, please, don't.
Come on, bring it. Oh, when I catch you,
don't run it in place at each other, guys. I wish I could say we were done talking about mega churches.
AB is paying $600 a month for his electric bill. Okay. AB tried to go around and say that he had similar subscribers to me. I made fun of him and told him he didn't. And then he DM'd me, chat, saying, you need to get your facts straight. Either I am living in a Bugatti or I'm broke. And I'm like, bitch, my facts are completely straight. You as an independent content creator are a failure, and you depend upon Ethan Klein's salary in order to spend all your money like a dipshit. So like both of those things are on alignment. You're a failure as a content creator on your own, while at the same time overspending all the money you get paid by Ethan Klein, which is why you are his footstool, and that is why you are his bitch. Did you ever say he was broke? Here's what I think. I think that he probably makes somewhere around 70 or 80,000 from H3H3, and his wife probably makes somewhere in the range of 50 to 60,000. So together they're probably around 140, 150,000, which is certainly not bad. You know, he's basically spending it all on LA shit because he's not very bright. So he overspends on rent. He overspends on his car. He probably lives close to paycheck, and he's not saving much money. And honestly, 80 grand would not be enough to make me sell my soul to Ethan fucking Klein. Okay, there better be 7 fucking zeros or 8. You know what I mean? Like 6 or 7 zeros. I need a 7-digit number to sell out for like Zionism. Like I am not selling out except for world-changing, life-changing money. And honestly, if there was really a deal on the table for me to sell out to Israel, I'd turn it down. Like, and he's selling out for pocket lint. From my understanding, LA rent is not that cheap. 70K is not much for the area, but then everyone I talk to is justifying the insane Silicon Valley wages, so I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, he makes 70, 80K. His wife probably makes 50 to 60. Together, that's like enough to live in LA. He's just not saving any money, and he's overspending because he's trying to flex. He's got to be making more than that. Why do you think that? He's a fucking loser. He's been groomed by Ethan Klein. You think AB's standing up to Ethan to get a raise? You think he's standing up to Ethan Klein and getting a raise? The man dived to catch Ethan Klein when he fell down in high heels. Like, this guy, like, you know, I don't even think he makes six figures. I don't even think he makes six figures. I don't believe it. I heard LA is crazy mode where we make more than in the Midwest and we're comfy but not expensive, watch rich. I would never, ever, 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 ever buy one of those completely overpriced brand only watches. Like, it's fucking crazy. These people are spending 20K on an aluminum watch. Like, this is embarrassing.
Vehicles on stage, but we're not even close to that. I haven't even talked about this yet. And what is?
You're right, Mike. He said he took out a loan to pay his expenses. Oh my God, please link me immediately. Please link me immediately.
Is this some kind of monster truck thing? Assembly? No. This is a men's church event. Church. This is church. This is the annual Stronger Men's Conference hosted by James River Church, which has 16,000 regular attendees.
This is the craziest thing I've seen in my life. Why are there trucks? Why is there so much fire? Why are there flames? Was that Master Chief? Is that fucking Master Chief?
The conference has a fantastic...
By the way, chat, Hassan has way more people watching him. Where's our fucking monster truck rally streams? Hassan, where is our monster truck rally streams? What the fuck?
Lineup of world-class speakers and a stronger warrior competition, which as far as I can tell is similar to like American Ninja Warrior, because you're not a good Christian unless you can scale up a fiberglass wall with your bare hands. Jesus said so. According to their website, their world-class speakers include superstar athletes like Harrison Butker. You know, that guy who spoke at a college and told the women graduating that day that they should probably just have babies instead. You know, the guy who definitely shouldn't speak in front of thousands of people. He probably shouldn't speak at all, ever. Also, according to their website, if you just scroll down here, you can actually register today. Register today. I mean, register today. 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 They have monster truck rallies, MMA fighting, Master Chief. I still don't know what that's doing here, but I'm sure this alone was thousands of dollars. They've got bull riding, and finally, they've got throwing football on stage. This conference is like what you would get if you handed millions of dollars to a bunch of 12-year-old boys. Essentially, they have 2 days of grossly exorbitant entertainment, throw a couple sermons in there somewhere, charge people $200 a pop, and then abracadabra, you've made $2 million of tax-free money. Allegedly. But maybe I'm being a little unfair. I mean, the whole point of this is to become better fathers, sons, friends, and husbands. And you can't put a price on that. Babe, I know you want me to be a better husband by like taking out the trash sometimes, or maybe talking to our kids. But the only way for me to do that is to go to church and become a better man by watching a monster truck crush other smaller trucks. I saw this comment on the Tank clip and it says, what if I told you thousands of salvations come from these conferences? It's great people share these clips, but what about the clips of all the men worshiping God together? Strange that you never see the best part shared. Instead, out of context snippets cut down to support a childish claim. And I think that's funny because the account that posted this clip didn't have a caption. There was no claim. It was just a clip of the conference. Hey, you can't show this clip of me picking a wedgie out of my ass in Walmart. This implies that I would pick a wedgie out of my ass in Walmart. I'm sure there is some amount of worship happening at these conferences. I would hope so, since that's supposed to be its entire point. But I think if it took being lured in by monster trucks and fire and sparks and MMA fighting and motocross competitions and tanks for you to find God, then you probably didn't want to find him that bad. Dear God.
LA is expensive. Even people making 150K have it hard. Let me just say this. LA is probably the most delusionally weird city on the planet where real estate is unmoored from reality, and seemingly all this real estate wealth translates into literal zero improvements of the physical space of the city. You'll walk by a piece of shit property that's a multi-million-dollar property, and it's got chipping paint. You're telling me all these houses are worth millions of dollars and they can't keep a coat of $50 paint? Like, what's going on? What's going on here? What's going on? What's going on? Landlord wealth, real estate wealth is the least objective. It's a mass delusion propped up by infinite financing.
Please. Ah, I can't focus. I need some white noise. Dear God, please help me find peace. I know all of this might seem like an excuse for guys to get out of the house for a weekend and watch sports, but the church does also have one for women. Except this one is boring. It looks like all they have is singing and speaking, and they're even holding Bibles here. That's weird. What's that about? I was gonna ask why the ladies don't need all that extra entertainment to find God too, but then I remembered how hard it is for husbands to find anything, and God's probably harder to find than a bottle of mustard behind the orange juice. So I've got to cut them some slack. Oh, also the women's conference is $230 per person instead of the $200 they charge per person at the Stronger Men's Conference, which I think is good, actually, because at least some taxes are being paid here, even if it's just the pink tax. The pastor of this church has also used his sermons to try and get people to vote against laws he doesn't like.
And if you live in the city of Springfield, we're asking you on April 7th to vote yes to the repeal of the sexual orientation and gender identity bill.
And his reasoning for this was homosexuality is a sin according to the Bible, and Christians should vote for repeal. But that's not what he was saying when his church hired a male stripper to perform at the Stronger Men's Conference. I don't really see how male pole dancing will...
Guys, did you see the homophobic dog? Did you guys catch the homophobic dog? Because your brain did. Your brain did. The homophobic dog caught.
Too fucking far in, and I fucking have not been able to sleep. I've stopped looking at apartments. Our lease is up next month. I canceled the fucking sale of our Michigan house because I don't know what the fuck our future is gonna be. I took out a loan to fucking pay all my because this fuck.
Listen, I don't like to make fun of anybody's financial trouble, but if you're going to sell your soul to be a Zionist footstool, can you at least make them give you money for it? Like, you know what I mean? Like what the fuck's going on here? You're complaining you're broke while flexing watches on the H3H3 stream with Ethan Klein?
Girl thinks she has a right to fucking play games with me, Lena, and even Olivia. And Olivia's not even really fucking involved. Olivia's just a sweetheart who, again, just fucking people take advantage of her niceness and try to fucking reel her in.
Take advantage of her niceness. Take advantage of her niceness. You mean we say, hey, can you guys stop suing 3 separate young women, young creators, small creators? Can you stop suing Casey Tron? Can you stop suing Denims? Can you stop suing Frogan? That's what your boss is doing, you fucking narcissist. Like, he really doesn't care about anyone that's not him. It's so weird whenever you see it, whenever you encounter an actual narcissist, like somebody who's like, well, it's not affecting me. Why are you mad at me? It's not affecting me. It's, hey, bitch. Entire program is harassing people with frivolous lawsuits that you're a part of. You're on the screen. You're giggling. The other thing is, have you noticed how AB constantly hides behind women? He's constantly hiding behind women. I guess he learned human shield energy from Ethan Klein in Gila. He's constantly hiding behind women. He's constantly saying, oh, you're criticizing me? Well, you're actually hurting my wife. Oh, you're criticizing me? You're actually hurting Olivia. Oh, you're criticizing me? You're actually hurting some, it's like, what the? Well, stand out on your own, bitch. Did you hear AB was supporting the lawsuits? IDub should sue Ethan Klein for copyright infringement. Like, he should. Like, Ethan Klein reacted to the entire content cop on stream right after it came out. He served as an alternative, a substitute for the videos. He said it was a big dick move. Basically, the logic that Ethan Klein is prosecuting against Denims, Casey Tron, and Frogan, he completely refutes by his own behavior. So if he could sue them, iDubbbz could sue him. The difference is iDubbbz doesn't have unclean hands. iDubbbz could win and he would lose based on the rationale known as the, no unclean hands theory. Basically, Ethan Klein violated copyright, so he can't sue for the exact same behavior that he did in the same transaction.
I don't really see how male pole dancing will strengthen these husbands and fathers. I think the only strengthening happening here is probably in the pastor's pants. Anyway, moving on to a different megachurch. Just kidding, it's a Justin Timberlake concert. Gotcha, bitch. Sorry, you're not a bitch. Just kidding, yes you are. But the fact that you almost can't tell a difference between a church service and a famous celebrity's concert, I think is a very bad sign. I feel like this is all in an attempt to get more people to come into church. I'm sure there's a lot less people physically going into church every Sunday nowadays, and this is how some of them are trying to adapt. They think they need to make things louder and flashier. They think they need to have Master Chief. I still don't know why that was there. But to me personally, this has very much the opposite effect. This doesn't do anything except boast how much wealth some of these churches have, to the point that they're able to toss it into these pointless theatrics instead of actually helping people the way their religion teaches they should. And I don't know exactly what Jesus would do, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be this. Hello, it's me, the Lord, and I want you to follow me. I am Halo reaching for you so that I can give you my love.
Yes, sir.
Which is Halo Infinite. All I want is to be there, Halo for you. And you never have to be afraid, because I will fight your Halo wars. Together we will be unstoppable, because I am the Master Chief of the universe.
Halo music though.
This is my second video in a row that ends with the Halo theme song. I'm gonna call it there, guys. Thank you for subscribing, and if you are still here, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you clicking on my video out of all the videos that are on here, and I'll see you next time.
Vio has this Alpha Chad and Girl Boss posters as shirts, and honestly, they go really hard.
Okay, bye.
Vio is a huge Chad fan. Vio loves Chad. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, just like I have, to Chad. All right, chat. I just wanted to mention something. Yesterday, Claudia Scheinbaum gave a speech recognizing and declaring their intent to establish diplomatic relations and exchange ambassadors with Palestine. It's important to clarify that the first time we recognize an ambassador, in this case, ambassador of Palestine, with all her rights as an ambassador, is in our government. The first time that a president, in this case the presidenta, delivers or receives the credentials of the Palestinian state and recognizes her as an ambassador who is currently serving as ambassador of Palestine, is with our government. Before, they recognize representatives, diplomats, but there have been no ambassadors. The first time there has been an ambassador, Palestine recognized as such, is with our government. It is very important that it is known. The second thing is that we have accompanied since President Lopez Obrador, and now all complaints filed together with the government of Chile regarding the situation that Gaza is experiencing, and all the positioning in agreement with the international community to stop this genocide in Gaza. That is our position. And of course, the recognition of the two states, the state of Israel and the Palestinian state, and that there can be no aggression towards the civilian population as the one at this time. That is the position held by the Chancellor and the position we have. And it is important for it to be known. Now that I have been touring the country, there's been small groups that have been defending Palestine, and it's important to know the position that we have taken from the beginning, and always looking as the Mexican state, as a nation within our foreign policy, peace, the non-intervention, and the self-determination of peoples. It is established as such in our Constitution, and that is our position. And it's not hard. It's really not hard. And one of the things that I wanted to say is Kamala Harris now agrees Mike was right. I want you to understand that, chat, that Kamala Harris is now declaring that Mike was right. Harris reflects that on October 2024 appearance on The View, when she said there was nothing she would have done differently than Biden, she realized voters wanted more separation between her and the president on Gaza. She writes that post-election surveys found Biden voters in 2020 who declined to back her cited ending Israel's violence in Gaza as their leading reason above the economy, immigration, or abortion. I want you to understand, chat, that before the election, I was saying this. I want you to understand that every other commentator, even people who agree with me on everything, disagreed with me on this. I said that it was Harris's position on Gaza that would lose her the election. Everyone else, even Hassan, were saying, no, Gaza isn't that important. It's bad, but it's not the reason. And I was like, no, it absolutely is the reason. It absolutely is the reason. And now even Kamala Harris is saying she agrees with me. I said Gaza was the reason she lost. Now, maybe Hassan has changed his position now, but prior to the election, I was the one who was saying that Gaza was going to be the reason she lost. And we can go back and look at the analysis that people made after the election if you want, and we could fact check me. I'm okay with that. I'm telling you that it was me. I remember when Mike went on Hassan's stream and triggered everyone by being honest. Yes, I did. In front of 300,000 liberals, I said, vote PSL, fuck Kamala. And then I said she was going to lose Pennsylvania, and she did. So Mike from PA, I said she would lose Pennsylvania, and she fucking did. Can you send this link to chat? I just did. And now you're saying vote for the Dems? Coming from a PSL member, by the way. No, I'm not. I'm not saying vote for the Dems. I've never said that. I've said you make individualized tactical decisions based on individual politicians. There is no Democratic Party. There is no member organization known as the Democratic Party with some sort of platform that you or I could participate in. It is nothing more than a ballot line and a brand. It means fucking nothing. And that means two things. The first is gaining control of the institutions of the Democratic Party are secondary to gaining power in the state. Seize state power and then remake the Democratic Party or whatever party in our own image. Kamala Harris writes that Biden's response to Gaza was inadequate. I had pleaded with Joe to extend the same empathy he showed to the suffering of Ukrainians to the suffering of innocent Gazan civilians. I want you to know, chat, that Kamala Harris running for president again is the surest way that the left will win, because she will split the centrist vote, and she will do so in an incredibly toxic and bitter way. And she will not win because she's really bad at this. So Kamala Harris running for president would be fucking hilarious, and honestly would benefit the left, because you think she's gonna be able to like adroitly defend her position on Gaza? She'll be a blubbering moron. She'll go up there and be like hubba 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 and look like a total idiot. Did you see the chuds are bitching about leftists with guns? Antifa accounts are telling people to learn to shoot and take on the government. That won't end well with them. I remember when the gun owners of America said the purpose of the Second Amendment was to prepare for a revolution against the government. That used to be the right-winger take. But now these guys are pissing their little pants. And this is a good time to transition to Donald Trump has declared Antifa to be a terrorist organization. Now, there is no organization called Antifa. I saw a picture of a hog at a Kirk memorial with an AR. He had the optics on backwards. Oh no. Antifa as a terrorist threat. Antifa is a militarist, anarchist enterprise that explicitly calls for the overthrow of the United States government, law enforcement authorities, and our system of law. It uses illegal means to organize and execute a campaign of violence and terrorism nationwide to accomplish these goals. This campaign involves coordinated efforts to obstruct enforcement of federal law through armed standoffs with law enforcement, organized riots, violent assaults on immigration and customs enforcement, and other law enforcement officers, and routine doxing of and other threats against political figures and activists. Antifa recruits, trains, and radicalizes young Americans to engage in this violence and suppression of political activity that employs elaborate means and mechanisms to shield the identities of its operatives, conceals its funding sources and operations in an effort to frustrate law enforcement and recruit additional members. Individuals associated with and acting on behalf of Antifa further coordinate with other organizations and entities for the purpose of spreading, fomenting, and advancing political violence and suppressing lawful political speech. This organized effort designed to achieve policy objectives by coercion and intimidation is direct domestic terrorism. This is completely vacuous and contains no actual accusations or examples. And Antifa is not an organization. It is not headquartered anywhere. There are no executive board. There is no leadership. There is no hierarchy. What are you even talking about? Because of the aforementioned pattern of political violence designed to suppress lawful political activity and obstruct the rule of law, I hereby designate Antifa as a domestic terror org. All relevant executive departments and agencies shall utilize all applicable authorities to investigate, disrupt, and dismantle any and all illegal operations, especially those involving terrorist actions conducted by Antifa or any person claiming to act on behalf of Antifa, or for which Antifa or any person claiming to act on behalf of Antifa provided material support. What does that mean? So somebody could say, yeah, I'm Antifa and I helped Mike from PA stream, therefore Mike from PA stream is Antifa? What are you talking about? I gave Mike from PA a subscription, so now he's Antifa too? What are we talking about? This has been coming for years. The Biden admin laid the groundwork. Yes, I've been calling this out. Joe Biden has set the stage. And this kind of shit, it's incoherent. And here's what you should understand, chat. Here's what you should understand. Is that when somebody names you a terrorist, what they're really saying is we're removing rule of law. We're removing the Geneva Convention. We're removing the Anti-Torture Convention. We're removing any and all laws of war or prisoners of war or due process. Terrorist organization is basically saying this is not a human being and we could do whatever we want to them. They're dehumanized. That's what they're saying. And I consider this to be a declaration of war against democracy.
Joining us now, Politico White House and Foreign Affairs correspondent Eli Stokols, New York Times reporter and MSNBC contributor Jeremy Peters, former U.S. attorney and MSNBC legal analyst Joyce Vance, and opinion national.
The Progressive Party candidate is pulling a DNC move by blocking an anti-Zionist candidate from entering their convention. Weird.
Politics writer for the New York Times, Michelle Cottle. Michelle, welcome to the show.
Thanks.
All right, Joyce, I will begin with you. Is it legal, or what are the legal ramifications, I can say, for the president demanding on social media that his attorney general go after his political enemies?
Right. I mean, this is, I think, the ultimate fear everyone has always expressed about a Trump presidency in regards to the Justice Department, that he would decide to use the Justice Department like a political tool in his hip pocket instead of permitting DOJ to follow the Constitution, uphold the law, and prosecute cases based on the facts and the evidence. But it's clear from this weekend post on social media that Trump doesn't care about the facts or the evidence. He's prejudged the guilt of these individuals. And so the legal ramifications, Katie, I think will become apparent if these cases go ahead. Will grand juries indict? Will prosecutors be able to convict? Very likely not, in the absence of sufficient evidence, not just to prove their case, but in some of these settings, it sounds as though sufficient evidence to prove that a crime was actually committed. This is rank politics, not prosecution.
Eric Seibert resigned on Friday, Jeremy, because he believed he was being forced to bring charges, this is according to the reporting, against Letitia James without sufficient evidence to do so. There was this idea that she committed mortgage fraud. Letitia James, by the way, is the prosecutor here in New York who secured that $500 million settlement against him for fraud. By the way, that was overturned. The money, the number on that was too high.
American fascism, and this is something that I've said for a long time, is that centrist Democrats and Republicans are the same political party. And the way that American political economy works is that in the bluest districts, when it's certain that a Democrat will win, what happens is right-wing donors strategically donate to right-wing Democrats. And so right-wing Democrats in the bluest seats get a lot of money from outright Republican donors. And that is the shell game that's being played. Is Republican donors, the donor class is very astute. They don't allow, like you would think the most left-wing candidates come from the most left-wing districts, and the reality is they don't. Where left-wing candidates come from is idiosyncratic. Sometimes it's a very blue seat, and many times it's like a moderately blue seat. Oftentimes where the political machine isn't quite as strong is where progressives come from. And so our project is we have to rip out every single moderate centrist out of every single blue seat. Every deep blue seat needs to have a radical left-winger in there, because this is the way our country is being dismantled, is we don't have an opposition to the Republican Party because all of our leaders are collaborators because they take money from Wall Street. They take money from the oil companies. They take money from right-wing donors.
So the climate here, who is this person that's going to be replacing Eric Seibert, Lindsey Halligan?
Well, I think it matters less who the person is than how loyal they will be to President Trump and how soon we'll be having this conversation again. I mean, the way that President Trump has behaved in the 8-9 months that he's been president really is to shake down whoever he thinks has something that he can give them, that they want from him. I mean, look at Harvard University, look at Columbia, look at what he did, just over the weekend with Jimmy Kimmel and ABC. Look at what he did with CBS. I mean, if you need something from Donald Trump, I think right now is a pretty you're going to be squeezed. Now is the time where you're going to be squeezed.
The climate, I think, that's what you're getting to there, and I think that's correct. It is interesting. I keep going back to a conversation I had at the beginning of this administration, talking to somebody outside of politics, and he thought it would go a lot like the same as the last administration did, where it was very disorganized. There was a lot of turnover. There was a lot of infighting. There would be a lot of, Sturm und Drang, but nothing would really get done. And I said, no, I think they really know what they're doing this time. Look at.
So what Donald Trump has done is he's replaced all the Republican Party machine guys with Donald Trump loyalists. And his vice president, or the real president of the United States, is Stephen Miller, a white supremacist, Zionist fascist. And they're actually using the presidency to its fullest possible extent. And I think a lot of Americans, a lot of people need to understand that I wanted a president to exercise the power of the presidency, but for good shit. And Democrats have been telling you it's not possible for 5 decades, so you stop acting for shit. Donald Trump is showing you that the presidency is nearly uncontainable. You need to take this as an example and say the sky's the fucking limit for what we can do when we seize power.
Project 2025. Look at who he has around him. Look at, the support that the people who are around him have testified toward. They are much more adept at politics and the wielding of power in Washington this time around, Eli.
Absolutely. And they're all on the same page. They're all on Donald Trump's team. They don't come in with a career in the Defense Department, or they don't come in with years and years of and these are Donald Trump people. They are MAGA people in the White House. They are all on the same page. And they are not going to be there unless they are doing exactly as he wants. And so, you have a president who was out of the White House for 4 years and who thought about the people that he hired, in the end, criticized him, testified against him, quit on him, had to be fired. All that drama. He didn't want it anymore. He wanted people who towed the line, his line. And, seeing an attorney general resign, right, that's the outlier in this term, because nobody that close to him is doing that. I mean, I don't think we appreciate how unusual it is to see the attorney general, the president writing to her directly on social media and telling her what to do when, up until this presidency, there's been this long tradition of independence and separation between the White House and the Justice Department. And you now have an attorney general who is traveling.
Well, a long tradition, chat. Well, that'll stop fascism. We got the norms, guys. It is 12 years into Donald Trump. and liberals are still saying norms. They're still saying norms. They're still fucking saying norms.
With the president to sporting events, who was there, you know, propping him up at cabinet meetings, complimenting him. It's just a very different situation. I think it's what gives a lot of legal observers real consternation.
Yeah, Michelle, I mean, there's a reason why I started with the Alberto Gonzalez controversy. It's the closest allusion I have to the moment that we are living in right now. And
my wife had been aiming to move to Colombia. You'll be fine.
Back then, this idea that U.S. attorneys were fired on political grounds
Make sure you could speak Spanish, motherfucker.
A real, a real stir in Washington, and not just among Democrats. There were a number of Republicans who were outraged. Congressional, investigations with Republicans demanding answers and being highly critical of President Bush's AG.
ICE held 5-year-old autistic girl in Massachusetts to pressure her father to surrender. The girl's father, Edward Hipp, has lived in the United States for 22 years, according to his wife. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents held a 5-year-old autistic girl outside her Massachusetts home to pressure her father to surrender to authorities last week. A video of the incident obtained by Telemundo shows a young girl surrounded by what appears to be several male law enforcement agents outside her home in Leominster, Massachusetts last Tuesday. They took my daughter. She's 5 years old. She has autism spectrum, the girl's mother said in the video. Give me my daughter back. Her husband, Edward Hipp, drove home and managed to run back into the parking lot of my house, but they grabbed their daughter, she said. Hipp is originally from Guatemala and has lived in the United States for 22 years. Who asked that her name not be published. The pair shared 2 children who were born in the U.S., she said. Hey, I could give it through the door, Hipp is saying in response. The agent then points to the ground in front of himself and tells Hipp he could give him ID to him right here. Austin reported that local police arrived at the scene, recovered the child, and returned her to her family. She's doing well, her mom told Telemundo. Authorities came back to his home 2 days later and detained Hipp, according to his wife. He is currently being held at ICE Detention Center in Plymouth, she said. Officers came out behind my house, arrested him, and took him away. We are not criminals. Yeah, man, I think you're really helping American citizens when you kidnap their law-abiding, productive parents and arrest them. So not only are you traumatizing a child, you're removing her support network, you're making her poorer, you're making all of us poorer, and you're trampling on the rights of an American citizen. Absolutely evil shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be looking for that from this Congress going forward. I mean, what I noticed from the clip that you showed was how awkward George W. Bush looked. It's not that he looked guilty, but he looked a little uncomfortable having to answer questions about this. Whereas Trump's superpower is he is completely shameless. He always says the quiet part out loud when, confronted about this sort of thing. He just doubles down on what a terrible person, say, Eric Siebert is, or what kind of vicious attacks he suffered at the hands of Tish James or Adam Schiff. I mean, it is completely his game, and everybody's just kind of letting him play it.
Joyce, bring us up to speed here. Go from the 2007 DOJ with the
1,200 people previously detained in Alligator Alcatraz are missing and not showing up in ICE databases. My wife just talked to a lady at work who said her husband was moved from AA to Texas without anyone being notified. She was lucky enough to get a call from him to know where he was.
Resignations and the anger and the testimony that flowed out of the DOJ into these congressional hearings, and bring us to today, to 2025. How much of a difference is there between those two departments?
In 2007, Katie, I was in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Birmingham working as the appellate chief. And when this story of the fired U.S. attorneys broke, everyone in the Justice Department was talking about it. It was an outrage. Although the U.S. attorneys were fired for different reasons, a lot of the concerns about them that the White House had focused on a failure to prosecute enough public corruption cases, or a failure to go after people who were being accused of voting fraud. And at the time, it was clear to everyone, regardless of party, that what had happened was wrong. Fast forward to where we are today. Now we've got a president who wants to have the ability to directly order the Attorney General, and by extension, the U.S. attorneys, to prosecute cases, right? Doesn't want people to.
All right, chat, if you want to make your video unstreamable, make it 4 hours long. Sean the motherfucking goat, EO, has brought me, chat, Theo has brought me a breakfast burrito. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Vio. Beautiful. Now we're talking. Chat, I can't do weed. I can't imbibe with any kind of weed because I swear to God, I get the most hellacious munchies. Hellacious munchies. Like my munchies are insane, dude. I can't do it anymore.
Engage in the calculus prosecutors are supposed to engage in of whether they have sufficient evidence to obtain and sustain a conviction. And we're hearing barely a ruffle on the surface, not among the career people in DOJ, who I imagine are deeply outraged after having seen this social media post. But there's nothing in leadership. There are no U.S. attorneys coming to express outrage. And of course, as y'all have been noting, no outrage on the Hill. This is what we've come to expect from this administration. I think shamelessness doesn't begin to capture it. There's simply no sense of obligation to uphold the oath to the Constitution. We now all live in service to one man, Donald Trump, and his whims are the rule of the day.
Joyce, if a prosecutor within the DOJ decides to bring a case, and one prosecutor already said there was not enough evidence, what is the likelihood that they'll be able to, down the line on a prosecution, get a grand jury to sign off on it, and then get a judge to not dismiss the case or to get a conviction?
You know, the irony here is that Donald Trump may have gutted the case that he's so desperate for prosecutors to bring by doing this. And we should note that Eric Siebert, the fired or the now resigned U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, was a career guy. He had been.
They fired an attorney because he wouldn't indict Adam Schiff. Shifty Schiff.
Been in the office for 10 years. He had done everything from public corruption to drug trafficking.
I've been plant-based for a month. I understand it used to be. Why did you go back to eating meat? I've answered this question before, and it's an unsatisfying answer. But the culture, traditions, pleasures, social implications, and my own preferences. That's it. I like the way meat tastes. You know, I like being and experiencing people's food and cuisines. And it's just, it's a hedonic thing, man. I'm sorry, bro, but it is what it is. Mike's evil.
Highly regarded by the court and also by Democratic senators, which doesn't come easy these days if you're a Republican. So this is somebody who understood what was on the table when he decided not to prosecute this case. That means that any case, should it go forward in the future, you know, if prosecutors are able to get it past, for instance, a grand jury, defendants will have a built-in defense of selective and vindictive prosecution. And those motions are usually hard to succeed on. Hunter Biden tried that, saying that he had been singled out because of who his dad was and had been prosecuted for crimes no one else was prosecuted for. And a judge refused to dismiss his case. But when you have the president of the United States ordering your prosecution.
I want to say this. I single-handedly hold Vio responsible for me losing a bunch of weight this year. Vio, like yesterday, I was a bad boy and I plumped up. That was all my fault. But day in and day out, Vio is constantly showing me a healthier way to be. We even worked out yesterday. I mean, come on. We had a nice little 2-mile walk on Sunday. We're getting around. We are getting healthy. Did you see Adam Friedland went on Piers Morgan?
Not everything.
Oh, we're watching this. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I don't like slop usually. But Adam Friedland with Tim Pool? Come on, come on, come on.
I don't pray to Donald. Yeah, I listen.
The joke was about, obviously this is about, he has the weight of the world on it. Does he have enough time for, okay, we have to ask the peers.
It wasn't the goldfish. I don't pray to Donald. Yeah, I listen.
The joke was about.
All right, we're going to watch that. Somebody give me the link immediately.
And doing it in connection with his own political concerns, that starts to look like an awfully good defense in that moment, Katie.
So I wonder what if they understand that maybe they won't be able to fully bring these cases, and maybe he doesn't understand that, but I wonder if the other intention here is just to put a chill in the air. Well, I mean, you mentioned all those other institutions a moment ago, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, and it almost, to your point, doesn't matter whether or not they are prosecuted. The threat of prosecution for anybody, even people with all the money in the world, to hire the best attorneys is still a lot of pressure to be living under. And what you saw happen with Jimmy Kimmel, what you've seen happen with, Ann Seltzer at the Des Moines Register, the way that Trump has gone after media, the way that he's gone after elite universities. He went after a pollster who all she did was get something wrong.
Wait. Joe Kent, director of counterterrorism, said Laura Loomer is Mossad? Huh? Is Laura Loomer a Mossad honeypot for Donald Trump?
And then say, I'm sorry, here's why I got it wrong, which is, a pretty good defense against a defamation lawsuit. That aside, all of this points to an intimidation tactic that we've seen Trump use time and time again, from his time as a real estate developer to his time as president and candidate.
So before we go on to the incredibly base panel with Adam Friedland, Donald Trump just canceled a budget meeting with the Democrats.
And joining us now, Democratic Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury from New Mexico. Thanks so much for coming in. First, your reaction to what we're learning about why the president canceled this meeting with the Democratic leaders.
Well, I think if you look at the social media post that he put online, it's just as bonkers as the speech he just gave in front of the UN. First of all, we're 7 days out from the end of the fiscal year, and we had votes scheduled for next Monday and Tuesday. It was already on the congressional calendar, and the Republicans canceled votes. So for them to say that, one, we're going to have a shutdown, two, that it's our fault that a shutdown is going to happen, and three, refuse to negotiate a bipartisan agreement both to fund the government and to save American health care is insane. I mean, this is not good for the economy. This is not good for the American people. This is not good for the functioning of government. The American people want to see their leaders taking the reins, working together, and getting meaningful things done. And what are they doing 7 days out? They're playing a game of chicken when they still have plenty of time to negotiate a perfectly reasonable agreement to keep the government funded.
What if this is the moment they crash the economy? What if Donald Trump intentionally crashes the economy? Like, a lot of people call Trump stupid. I mean, I've called Trump stupid this stream. But is there anybody who's gotten more out of being president than Donald Trump? In money, in like personal advancement? He was a fucking loser reality television star. Dollar value wise, he's won the fucking game. On the only things that actually matter to these people, he's dominating.
And we know that Republicans
he just got handed $15 million from CBS for no fucking reason. He's liquid. He's making billions from crypto scams.
With Democrats, we saw that party line vote when the House passed this, what they called a clean CR, to just kind of kick the can down the road when it comes to government funding. It's in the Senate now, so that's where we'll see if there will be a shutdown. Is your anticipation at this point we're going to head into a shutdown? And do you see an off-ramp at this point? Or are there some red lines that Democrats certainly would not cross?
Well, let me just put it this way. Democrats are going to show up for work on Monday. Now, will the Republicans show up? I kind of doubt they will because they've already canceled votes, but we plan to be there in the Capitol. So I think it's going to be very hard for them to claim that they pin the shutdown on us when they've already.
Whenever I think Democratic Party politicians cannot be more pathetic and inadequate, I watch them on television again. They're going to lie about Donald Trump just said at the UN that China isn't building renewable energy. They just put $700 billion into renewable energy last year. They're building 80% of the world's solar panels. Like, what the fuck they just say shit. They just say shit. It doesn't matter what's true, you dumb bitch. Like, how are you this stupid? How could he be this dumb? How is this possible?
Canceled votes, and they control the House, the Senate, and the White House. This is their fundamental constitutional responsibility. Do we want to shut down? Absolutely not. What we want is to keep the government funded with a bipartisan bill.
You want the government to be funded? You want Donald Trump's fascist government funded? You want Donald Trump to get all the Gestapo agents on the streets? You're incoherent.
That protects federal programs.
So when are they getting sucked into the sky? Chat, could you guys give me Rapture Watch content? I want to watch Rapture content.
and restores health care for tens of millions of Americans, because whether you're on Medicaid, Medicare, or you're on the private exchanges that were supported by federal subsidies, you are going to lose health care if we don't address the health care crisis. And so it is fundamentally irresponsible and, frankly, just mean-spirited to the health and well-being of the American.
Oh my God, Donald Trump is mean-spirited. We've got him. We got him. How are these our politicians? How the fuck are these our politicians?
American people, for them to refuse to have a conversation.
Let's pivot to what we just heard from the president at the UN General Assembly. I know you're here in New York this week because of it being Climate Week. It's an area of passion for you, and one of the things he touched on there was the climate.
She strikes me as a very passionate person, chat, doesn't she?
Crisis, but he called it the greatest con job. He said the carbon footprint is a hoax. That was just among the many controversial things he said in front of this UN body. What's your take on what we heard and how it represents the U.S. to the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's impossible to listen to Donald Trump appearing on the international stage and not think this man is literally unhinged, irresponsible, bizarre, bonkers, ludicrous. I don't even know why his staff are allowing him to stand in front of a mic at this point. It was completely incoherent. And, you know, I have many other, let's say, less polite even responses, but he's completely undermining U.S. authority on the global stage. He's undermining global peace. He's calling into question the purpose of the UN. He canceled UN funding. And here he is lobbying to get a peace prize, and the man is literally cozying up to our foreign adversaries. I mean, it's wildly irresponsible.
I do want to also touch on a big story we've been following. It was exclusive reporting by MSNBC involving $50,000 in cash and President Trump's now border czar, Tom Homan. And just to recap a bit of the reporting here, this was based on multiple sources and internal documents. We learned that during an undercover FBI operation, Homan was allegedly recorded on hidden cameras accepting $50,000 in cash after he indicated to agents posing as business executives that he could help them obtain government contracts if Trump won another term. So this was in the fall prior to the president taking office again. But President Trump's DOJ, the FBI, they closed this case, saying, quote, no credible evidence of any criminal wrongdoing, unquote, was found. And Homan defended himself last night. Let's watch.
Look, I did nothing criminal. I did nothing illegal. And it's hit piece after hit piece after hit piece. And I'm glad the FBI and DOJ came out and said, said that nothing illegal happened and nothing, no criminal activity. Tom Homan isn't going anywhere. Tom Homan isn't shutting up. And Tom Homan's going to keep doing what he's doing, because working with President Trump's the greatest honor of my life. We're making this country safer again every day, and we're going to keep doing it.
I mean, at this point, they're literally just handing him bags of cash like a fucking cartoon character, and nobody cares. Like, our country, I hope you understand, chat, that the only way to recover out of a situation like this is brutal men like myself becoming empowered. Like, you don't root out corruption slowly. You have to root out corruption all at once and very, very, very roughly. You need to crack the heads of every corrupt person, metaphorically, and put them in prison. We need brutal people who are going to go after these motherfuckers and not let them see the light of day again. Because if you accept bribes, if you allow corruption to take root in your society, then everything becomes unreliable and fucked. Because everybody starts putting their hand out to do their jobs. People stop getting paid in wages, they get paid in bribes. And so everything starts to fall apart. You understand? People don't do work for wages anymore. They prioritize who's greasing their palms, and everything falls apart. Everything falls apart. You can't collect taxes. You can't get shit done. Like, this is a flashing red light of this country's cooked.
The Trump administration has slammed this as politically motivated, that an investigation was politically motivated. We should note that Tom Homan isn't in charge of any contracting decisions, but you're on House oversight. Is this case closed?
Yeah,
absolutely
I see the source, Dave.
Not.
Thanks.
Tom Homan has committed bribery. The man literally took $50,000 in cash. I love this, in a Kava fast food chain bag, to give government contracts. And while he may not personally be the person signing off on these contracts, we know that he was also lobbying for border security firms. And under the big ugly bill that they just passed, they put billions of dollars for private contracts for border security firms. So even if, Tom Homan hasn't delivered directly, we know that part of what the Trump administration is engaged in is pay to play with private corporations that want to incarcerate Americans and immigrants in this country to make money. And it's very obvious that Mr. Homan is engaged in bribery. And I will say
those are the allegations, although he never faced any charges. We know it was an ongoing investigation.
Well, DOJ buried the case. They decided to stop investigating it. And we've seen just the last few days that they're involved in a cover-up. And we've seen this over and over and over again, where the Trump administration commits crimes, they have some sort of internal corrupt process, and then they engage in a cover-up. And it's the same story every single time, whether it's the Epstein files or it's Tom Homan. It's one and the same.
Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury, thank you very much for coming in.
Chatters, Mike is talking about a country becoming a kleptocracy, which we're in danger of becoming. I mean, we are a kleptocracy, but I think a lot of people, this is a problem that exists on the left, and what separates me from a lot of people who think of themselves as leftists and who are what I would consider to be 101 level, is they understand leftism and leftist analysis, right? Which talks about capitalism as a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. And then they start flattening all difference that actually exists in reality. They have these grand narratives. They have this meta narrative of why things are the way they are. They understand, and then that causes them to somehow get lazier intellectually. And they get their meta narrative, they get their grand experiment, their grand explanation, but then they just stop thinking and they just shut down and they flatten every difference into the same thing. And it's like, there is a difference between a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and the way these systems subtly enforce the primacy of the capitalist class with a society where police stop you on the street and demand bribes. Like, there is a level of degree of collapse. There is, oppression against, labor unions. And then there is outright assassination of labor leaders. There's a difference, there is a difference in a degree. There is a difference in lived experience. There's a difference in how much worse one is over the other in your everyday life. You need to stop being vigilant about this type of shit. You need to actually use analysis to make yourself smarter, not use it to make you intellectually lazy and dumber and ultimately inert. That's one of the worst things about interacting with leftists online is there's a phrase that people say, oh, you're just learning that? Oh, you just think that? And it is, I would call it agoraphobic, unorganized leftism. If you are an agoraphobic, unorganized leftist, your takes are not very good. You're not impressing anybody. If you're like, are you just learning about that? I'm kind of a doomer. I think Gavin Newsom is going to be the nominee. If you're that kind of leftist, you have no use to me. You're fucking useless. You're fucking useless. Get off your fucking ass.
Kat, let me start with you, because I do think the Kimmel story is quite a complex one. Instinctively, we all believe in free speech. Instinctively, we don't like to see people cancelled for just having an opinion. And people on the right have been particularly exercised about this, rightly, because of the way the woke left have behaved with cancel culture for years. But you were interesting on Gutfeld. You said that while you were disgusted by the comment that Kimmel made, the FCC's actions bothered you as well. And Ted Cruz has said similar, as have others on the right. I think Ben Shapiro did too. Just explain what the FCC chair, Brendan Carr, said publicly bothered you.
Yeah, the FCC is not supposed to be engaged in the nuances of content moderation. The public interest statute's not been interpreted this way before. For me, it's pretty simple. He's talking about, we could do this the easy way or the hard way. And then a few hours later, Jimmy Kimmel's no more. And this is especially concerning given the fact that Nexstar is looking for the FCC to approve a merger that would make them a lot of money. I simply don't see that as a coincidence. And I simply do not think that that is appropriate or good to have.
Is this fucking real? Friedland and Poole? What the fuck is this? This is pure. I don't like slop content like this usually. All right, it's a pretty rare thing when I watch slop. I don't like panel shows for the most part. I don't like debate bro content. I hate Jubilee, but sometimes the slop ascends. And when Adam Friedland is on the slop, I'm there because he is a comedic genius. And this ought to be, I hope this is hilarious because if it sucks, I'm going to be mad.
The FCC, an arm of the federal government, engaging in content moderation. And that
you made us watch months of A3. I watched less H3 than anyone else that was the H3 commentator. I watched less than Hassan did. I never watched the content nuke. I made fun of H3 and I used them as bait to grow my stream, but I watched actually a lot less. There's a reason why I didn't get sued for the content nuke, because guess what? I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the content nuke.
Regardless of how you feel about Jimmy Kimmel, regardless of how you feel about what he said. And
also, I'm not a woman, and they know that I could afford to do whatever lawsuit, you know? And anyway, they just be suing my insurance company, my umbrella coverage, my errors and omissions insurance, my various other, you know, I mean, like, sue my insurance company. Sure. You know, I'm paying a couple $100 for insurance. Go ahead, sue my insurance company. They'll pay for all the lawyers. Run yourself into the ground. You will never touch my money. I'm under so many layers of protection. My money is is untouchable. Come on, sue me. Find out. My policy limits in the millions.
What Bill O'Reilly just said about how you can't imagine how he went forward with that statement saying that, hey, there's just kind of essentially saying it's delusional to believe that the shooter was anything but MAGA. And I honestly think that that's because maybe he kept himself in such a bubble that he didn't even have.
Like there are insurance coverages you could get if you make commentary. For example, errors and omissions, you know, like errors and omissions insurance. There is umbrella insurance. Umbrella insurance provides liability coverage, cover libel and slander. Umbrella insurance provides liability protection that may help pay for your expenses in a number of situations, such as if you're sued for alleged libel or slander. So I've got streamer malpractice insurance, but here's the thing. I also operate in a responsible way. If I make an error, I correct my error. If I repeat information that later turns out to be incorrect, I correct it. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. When we were talking about the shooter of Charlie Kirk, I originally thought that it had been confirmed that he was a groyper because a journalist that I trusted and I no longer trust published a tweet where he said through interviews with law enforcement officials, it was confirmed there was a groyper, okay? But when it turns out that that guy never posted any follow-up evidence, I retracted the claim in the same stream and said it doesn't appear that this journalist was lying or had poorly sourced information. This is so there's, you know, I'm not saying I've never fucked up because we all are fallible, but like, come on. Oh, Mike, I trusted you and told people he was a groyper. It looks like he was an apolitical Andy. And that was the conclusion we had for the stream on, what was that, 2 weeks ago? Last 2 Fridays ago. So 10 days ago or whatever. We said he's an apolitical Andy. He's not a leftist. He's not a right-winger. He's just kind of a brain-rotted, pro-trans, centrist. He's not really a political guy. He just honestly acted in a quite irrational and unpredictable manner, not connected with any existing movement. I'm sorry, it's true. It's not very satisfying, but it happens to be the truth. And that's why you aren't hearing about the Charlie Kirk shooter anymore. Notice how that got buried? Suddenly we stopped caring about the Charlie Kirk shooter. Why did everybody suddenly get so quiet about the Charlie Kirk shooter? Because there ain't no connection.
Have anyone.
Or he's just a fall guy. I mean, if they're saying Charlie Kirk stopped a 30-06 with his neck, that's shocking.
who would moderate him and saying, hey, you know, we don't know yet, or something along those lines. But to me, that's all irrelevant. To me, I've spent my entire career espousing the importance of free speech. It's easy for me to say, hey, when the FCC has this influence, that's not a good thing. And it's been disheartening to see people on the right who have behaved as though they don't even know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Employees have consequences for their employers. What do you mean? And they don't even bring up the FCC angle. I think there's people out there that don't even know about the FCC angle because so many people talk about it as if. So just let me know if you think that this whole FCC thing is just a coincidence out of all the things that Jimmy Kimmel's ever said about conservatives, which there are many. This after the FCC says this, that's when this happens, especially with this merger on the line. If you think that's just a coincidence, then let me know. But I don't think it's just a coincidence. But also tell me to my face that you can't possibly see how I might think that one thing has to do with the other.
Tim Pool, you've called out those defending Kimmel. You said liberals celebrated Charlie's death and cry over Kimmel's firing. I literally don't care what they say anymore. Dark days indeed. But
Tim Pool is probably the most pathetic fucking loser I've ever seen in my entire life. He is without a doubt the biggest fucking fraud in the entire political space. And there are so many frauds in the political space. There are so many people of absolute no merit in the political commentary space. And I say that not trying to be mean, but just trying to be accurate. And Tim Pool, without a doubt, is the worst. He believes in literally nothing. He understands nothing. He's inarticulate. He's unattractive. And just like every element of him is just trash. How the fuck does he exist? And the answer is he does it. He's getting bribed by Russians. Tim or Sex Pestity, who is worse? I think they're birds of a feather. I think they're about the same level intellectually, but I think Destiny is more hostile. He's more of a like sexual predator, whereas Tim Pool is more of kind of like a spineless loser. Whereas Destiny is actually somebody who targets vulnerable teenage girls. I mean, he literally told his community to go and find small streamers, young teenage girls that have personality disorders like BPD, so he could target them for predation. Like, that is an open practice of Destiny, is trying to find mentally ill, vulnerable teenage girls so that he can target. That is who he is. So I think Destiny is the far more like malevolent person. And then obviously like Destiny has committed so many crimes, you know, the revenge porn, the suspected child pornography that he purchased or he possessed, the fact that he like called for me to kill myself, Assad to kill ourselves. He's called for our deaths. He said the world would be a better place if we were dead. The fact that he said that that Assad could be targeted based on his positions on Palestine. The fact that he has called for violence and mocked violence. He called for white redneck militias to mow down protesters. He supported Kyle Rittenhouse. He supported, he just supports violence. He's on the side of violence every time.
As somebody who I know is, you know, has often been appalled by the cancel culture which enveloped our society for the last few years, do you feel comfortable with the way many on the right are gleefully celebrating Kimmel getting fired, urging more draconian action against him and against other late night stars and so on for being anti-Trump and so on? Is it not really the same kind of behavior that you guys on the right would castigate the left for doing?
I can't speak for anyone but myself, so I don't know about what draconian measures people would ask for. I certainly wouldn't support that. But Jimmy Kimmel got fired, according to the Wall Street Journal and the Hollywood Reporter, because he refused to apologize. He wasn't planning on apologizing. He, in fact, was planning on furthering the commentary, criticizing MAGA for twisting his words. According to the Wall Street Journal, the executives approached him on his side, saying they were actually going to defend him. But the advertisers and the affiliates were upset over the comments that he made, portraying the assassin as a MAGA guy. When Jimmy Kimmel expressed his desire to further that line that he had pressed the day before, that's when they had a private meeting and decided to pull his show. So I do believe the FCC comments obviously played a role. I think it was multifaceted. I've said this since cancel culture was more in the news with many on the left getting people canceled on the right. If you own a company and someone says something objectionable which threatens the existence of your company, I honestly I don't care if that person gets fired. If someone at my company was going on social media and posting abhorrent racist things, I'd fire them too. The issue with cancel culture is that people were being fired for things that were not objectionable. There was a Netflix executive who got fired for simply describing the racial slurs they would not allow on Netflix. Papa John got fired and removed from his company, name stripped from universities, for lamenting the fact that the colonel used a racial slur and got away with it. And there was no criticism. In fact, in one instance, a NASCAR driver lost sponsorship because his father used a racial slur in the 80s. That's cancel culture.
There is a difference between sponsors not wanting to give you money and the government pressuring the company to shut down your show, you dumb fuck moron! How are you this fucking stupid?
Pulling Sarah Silverman off a movie because 10 years ago she did a blackface joke, that's cancel culture. Bud Light.
That is a private company deciding they don't want their brand associated with someone because it'll cost them money, dumbass! That's different than the government revoking your licenses, you stupid piece of shit! God, he's dumber than fucking dirt!
Facing a massive sales backlash and having their beer pulled from stores and bars, Target losing customers and being criticized. This is consumer backlash. So I certainly don't think a teacher
It's not consumer backlash. That's what we were doing, dumb fuck. You're using the government to censor people, you dumb rat fuck.
Criticizes Charlie Kirk should get fired. What I will add on top of this is the real reason stated by the reporting from various outlets, left and right, was that Jimmy Kimmel was going to continue that line the next day. And that caused concern they would lose more advertisers at a time when Jimmy Kimmel's ratings are down 43% and he's costing them millions of dollars. So if the FCC is to come out and say, we are going to get you taken off the air, that's a bad thing. But I think it's important that we discuss the context around when a business has a right to say, you are threatening the existence of our company.
Adam Freeland, I interviewed Jay Leno about a year and a half ago, and he was really interesting about...
Wow.
Yeah, it was actually great. I went to his car garage in LA. We had a great few hours. I loved it. But what I liked about what he said was, you know, he believed in like teasing and gently mocking all politicians from all sides.
Correct.
And he talked about the kind of real sort of golden period of Johnny Carson. Nobody knew Johnny Carson's politics at all. And yet, if you've watched late night comedy in America in the last 10 years.
Yo, this video is getting a lot of play. Let me see what this is. New video changes everything.
Since Trump became a politician, all of them, almost two, I mean, they're all middle-aged white guys, which always makes me laugh when you think about the diversity push, which never seemed to attack late-night comedy.
It's tracks because you sever the...
to me, developed... and
this guy does not understand. He doesn't understand inertia, and he has a video with 2 million views.
An increasing loathing of Trump, which began to really distort what their actual job was, which was to make Americans laugh late at night. I stopped watching them quite a long time ago. I could not watch it. Jimmy Fallon, I'm a kind of...
That's your personal taste. They don't watch it. I don't watch them either. What I do, I don't laugh. They're really bad at this. But that's different than the government intervening and pressuring them to take someone off the show for criticizing someone. You dumb fuck. He didn't even say anything bad. Shut up.
Keep out of this. I think he's always been a lighter touch, but I think Kimmel and I think Colbert in particular, they really went hard in the anti-Trump rhetoric. The View, it doesn't have a alternate views. It has one view. They all hate Trump.
Very funny
they all came out in black funereal clothes after he won again. And I don't think these serve their viewers, and I don't think they serve their companies. But I also feel uneasy, as Kat said, about the FCC poking its nose publicly into making not even veiled threats, but direct threats. That if ABC, Disney didn't...
Did you show the class the Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein statue? We're watching this video, and I will.
Take action against Kimmel, then they were going to pay the consequences. So where do you sit with all this?
Listen, I'm new to your audience, so just to introduce myself, I am a tell it like it is comedian, and you know, no one's safe from my jokes, be it bratty kids, celebrities, politicians, people that just walk by. They're all fair game.
Okay, I gotta pause it right here because you are watching a master of his craft, and I need you guys to appreciate it. Like, this is like watching Mozart compose a symphony, but for comedy. All right. I need you to sit down. I need you to sit up in your chair. I need you to lock in. I need you to click off whatever job meeting you're in and focus, lock in, because you are seeing generational talent.
But it is still deeply unconstitutional and immoral for the president to silence his enemies. But I think what's important now, especially because it's so crazy right now, is that we zoom out as like people, like human beings. There's a lot of kind of empathy being expressed towards Kimmel right now. But where's the empathy for Donald Trump? Certainly what it seems like to me is that he feels like he's been bullied. And I've been a victim of bullying my entire life. And still, I am regularly. I'm on the internet. But I've always said to my bullies, like, while it's disrespectful, rude, hurtful for them to be saying that, I support their constitutional right to be saying things about me that aren't true. So, you know, previous Democratic administrations have gotten the same treatment from conservative comics like Dennis Miller, Michael Richards, Kill Tony. I'm sure a lot of that caused Joe Biden a lot of pain, but never were their constitutional rights violated by the executive branch of the government. And I think that is what the clear difference is here. And I think for all of us as a culture, we have to ask ourselves, like, is the president suffering right now from being made fun of? And the truth is this, like 30% of Americans suffer from depression, and there's a stigma. And if that is indeed true, like he should feel equipped to get help. And it is a
I detect a slight sarcasm to your.
I'm not. No.
Well, no. Listen, here's the point I've made. I don't think Trump feels bullied or hurt or any of those things. I think what he feels.
So what?
Here's what I think he feels. So he actually spelled it out in the last few days. There's no doubt, as he said, that about 99% of all the coverage of Trump on all these.
That is not true. Fox News is the #1 cable news network, and they're fawning they make a propagandist for they make a Nazi Hitler propagandist. Like, they make Goebbels blush with how much effusive they are of their praise. Like, what are you talking about? Give me a fucking break. And that's not even before we talk about Right in Action News Network or Newsmax or whatever the fuck else. There's 80 fucking networks of nonstop. I mean, Sinclair Media is saying they're not going to run Jimmy Kimmel on their ABC affiliates. Like, what are you talking about?
Late night shows and The View and all these other, mainstream.
There's late night shows on Fox News. There's that talentless hack. What's his fucking name? They mentioned him earlier. The Red Eye. Whatever Gutfeld. There are late night right-wing content galore. Shut the fuck up, you bitch ass fucking loser.
Media shows has been Trump bashing. It's never been that percentage historically with anybody else. It was never like that with Obama. It wasn't like it with Reagan. It wasn't like it with Clinton. It's never been so skewed. I think Donald Trump brings a lot of it on himself, but I also think there's no doubt, no one can argue to me sensibly, that Trump has not had a more relentlessly vicious, negative treatment from shows that used to be much more bipartisan in their mockery than Trump. So I think that all these things can be true. Right, but
he also comes from television, right? And so it's something that he pays close attention to.
Yeah.
Ratings, he talks about they're being very unfair to me, unfair treatment. This is something that he is like locked in on constantly. So, I mean, to some extent, if these are low-rated shows that are taking jabs at him, vicious jabs sometimes, that doesn't really pose much of a threat to his power if not a lot of people are watching them. But for him, it's something that he's like zoned in on, perhaps.
Okay, well,
and that's what happened with Jim.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's complicated with Jimmy Kimmel. John Thugel, let me bring you in here. You said the Kimmel suspension shows how brittle, unmanly, and frightened the Trump White House is. I would add that angry about the way they've been treated for years by the mainstream media, rightly or wrongly, and they're vengeful, and they're thoroughly enjoying Jimmy Kimmel.
Why is this guy dyeing his hair? As a 40-year-old man myself, why the fuck are you dyeing your hair at this point, man? Let it go gray! gray. Let it go gray. At least do Just for Men where you leave some gray. Aren't you 41? Who's keeping track? Stop dyeing your hair, dude. It looks bad. It looks fucking bad. You're an old ass man. At least do touch of gray. Damn, Unk. Hell yeah. Of course I'm Unk. Of course I'm fucking Unk. You guys need to learn something. The cult of youth is stupid. Young people are dumb. They don't know shit. They read a book yesterday and they start yelling the next day. Most of the time they're reading based books. But a lot of the time they're watching home math and getting mad because they've never had their dick sucked and they're at their senior year at a state school, which is an epic fumble. Stop watching home math and start getting outside. I want to create, you know what would be really useful? You're allowed to watch 1 hour of gender wars content for every hour you spend in the gym. Minimum. Because I'm so and I hate all gender wars content. If I see gender wars content, I think you're dumb as fuck. There, I said it. It's actually the worst type of content. This is Mike being a centrist Marxist again. Gender wars content is dog shit. Is it a genre? No, that's a genre of content. If you don't know what I mean, you are blessed. You are blessed.
Or one of their most ardent protagonists getting his comeuppance, which is a kind of human reaction you would not find surprising in someone like Trump. Again, those things can all be true. Yeah, I mean, from your point of view, I remember, for example, here's an example of cancel culture at its worst, where I don't remember anyone on the Liberal side coming to her aid. I got bounced out of my job hosting Good Morning Britain for disbelieving Meghan Markle in her Oprah Winfrey interview. And it made a lot of headlines. I said, I don't believe her. And nobody raced to my defence, by the way, on the Liberal left, even though I've always identified as a Liberal kind of guy myself. But then a worse thing happened. I was fine about it. I was tired of getting out of bed that early anyway. Sharon Osbourne was on The Talk on CBS, and she got jumped by Cheryl Underwood, who was one of her co-panelists, who was an African-American woman, who accused her of supporting a racist. And Sharon said, well, what's he said that's racist? And Cheryl Underwood couldn't actually explain. She sort of went on a long tangent about how it's kind of, if you say things a certain way, blah, 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 blah. Well, obviously, I'd said nothing
referring
racist.
To whom, Piers? I'm sorry, referring to whom?
Well, Cheryl Underwood was saying that I had been racist. She was inferring I'd said racist things about Meghan Markle, which I hadn't at all. And no one...
Yes, you had. Yes, you fucking did. Shut up. Jesus fucking Christ. Shut up. Jesus Christ. Stop being such a little bitch, Piers.
On you, I hadn't.
Okay.
But because Sharon...
I'm sorry.
Because Sharon said, well, it's fine, but I was annoyed for Sharon. Here's what happened. Nobody supported Sharon. She got suspended. She then got bullied into making a tearful apology, sort of begging for mercy, really, over nothing. She'd done nothing wrong other than show me support as a friend. We used to work together on America's Got Talent. And then she got fired anyway. But what I remember most of all about it, nobody on the Liberal left gave a damn that Sharon Osbourne's career got ruined in that way on American television, simply for saying that I hadn't said racist things when I hadn't. So there's a lot of double standards about all this. It's like, depending who you are. With Tucker Carlson, I showed earlier with Bill O'Reilly a clip of Jimmy Kimmel gleefully celebrating Tucker Carlson being fired, gleefully celebrating Roseanne Barr being fired from ABC and so on. So it's interesting to me to see who people race to defend when it comes to free speech. There's a lot of hypocrisy. What do you think?
If I may, Roseanne was fired by a private corporation for making racist comments that would hurt that corporation's bottom line, and Tucker Carlson was fired for repeated lies that cost his private corporation $750 million. They were not fired because of abuse of power, which is the case here.
Well, is it the case? Okay, but John, is it the case here? Or could it be that Kimmel did exactly what you've just articulated? He was hitting his company on the bottom line. Local TV station owners were pulling the plug. They were saying, we don't want to air it. In other words, is it not the same thing? But because he's a liberal, darling left guy, everyone's framing it in a different way.
No, this was government. This was abuse of power. This was Brendan Carr saying the quiet part out loud in public, which was very stupid of him because it's going to make sure this issue never goes away. At least with Colbert, they kept this on the down low. If you actually look at Kimmel's comments, I don't really understand why there hasn't been a more forceful defense mounted. He said that MAGA folks spent the weekend trying to assert that this killer was not one of theirs, and then said they spent the weekend trying to blame everybody else. That's really a very fair comment. It was in no way besmirching Mr. Kirk or the grief that many people were feeling. There's been a lot of exploitation over this. And whenever anything of this kind of violence happens, it always brings out the best in some people and the worst in others. And many of us on the left and right will exploit any tragedy to go ahead and hate on the people we already hate. In this case, however, this was going to happen no matter what. And Brendan Carr has always envisioned this. He is an architect of Project 2025. These other cases you talk about are private corporations. And look, this administration has taken a lot of pleasure in a lot of Americans losing their job. They take delight in it. And there's a lot of talented people who work on this show that I hope will not be losing their jobs, because you know Bob Iger is negotiating heavily with Nexstar right now to try to put a happy ending on all this, because Bob Iger doesn't want champion of censorship to be stapled to his obituary when he leaves. When Michael Eisner is the voice of morality against Bob Iger, my God, what have we come to? Kimmel's going to be fine. He'll find a job somewhere, as will Colbert. They're very, very wealthy. But this is something that's unprecedented. We haven't seen the government doing this. And in both cases, they were contingent on bribes.
By the way, chat, like, this is a sign of us winning. This is a sign of us winning. This is some lib guy, and he's popping off because it's true. None of this is true. Nothing he said was wrong. MAGA was trying to be like, oh, he's not one of ours. He's not one of ours. When it turned out to be a white guy from southern Utah, okay, whose dad was a, like, gun nut. All right. And then they tried to point the finger at the left, and there's no evidence that he was connected to any left-wing group at all. He wasn't a DSA member. He wasn't a PSL member. He wasn't a Mike from PA head, a Hassan head. He wasn't involved in any left-wing groups. He didn't go out there and post a lot about the left or make threats. He was a fucking random guy. And that's unsatisfying to them, but they kept lying anyway.
This is more corruption that we're all used to in this country. This was about putting a merger through. Bob Iger was looking at the stock price. He wanted to make this merger go through, and he made the Kimmel problem go away because he was hinted to do that by the government. This is self-cancellation by intimidation. It's grotesquely against the First Amendment, and these guys are not going to look good in the history books for doing it.
Well, joining me now is the editor-in-chief of Semaphore and host of the Mixed Signals podcast, Ben Smith. Ben, great to have you on Uncensored. Your debut, I think.
Thank you for, I believe it is. That's
very exciting moment.
For both with Adam Friedland, no less.
Yes, exactly.
What's up?
Ben, what do you... I mean, John Fugelsang just made a pretty full throttle attack on the way the Trump administration, as he sees it, is flexing its muscles against media companies to get rid of critics and so on. Do you see it that way, or is it a little bit more complicated?
You know, I talked to Brendan Carr, actually, about this in February, because I think the thing that John was saying that I think most people in our world would say is that the biggest threat to free speech in the United States is the government. That's why the First Amendment restricts the government, not private actors. And that's, the kind of longstanding consensus view. And it really is not how the Trump administration sees the world. And when I talked to Carr, I kind of put that to him. Don't you think, obviously, the primary threat to speech in the United States is you, the government, always has been. And he said no. He think that the biggest threat to free speech was the big social media companies. And I think the reality is that the Trump administration, starting with Trump himself, feel that very, very personally. There are people whose, in some cases, their kind of formative political experiences are getting tossed off Twitter and Facebook. For Trump, certainly a very intense experience. And so I think I think, setting aside the law here, setting aside the fact the First Amendment just literally does restrict the government, not private corporations, their view in a kind of intuitive way is that, look, those guys did that to us, and so we're going to do it to them.
And there's no doubt they did. I mean, I remember the same people screaming how unfair it is that Jimmy Kimmel has been suspended, screaming their glee at Trump being thrown off Facebook and Twitter and the rest of them, and seeing no apparent contradiction there.
Yeah, I mean, there's, I think, a broad consensus in the United States, probably everywhere, that we would like to see our opponent's speech smashed while but our friends should be allowed to say whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean,
and then it turns out the constituency for actually letting your enemies say things you hate and defending that is pretty small, although admirable.
Is there another thing going on here with the downfall of Stephen Colbert and now Jimmy Kimmel, that actually the reality, when you look at the numbers they were getting watching their show, have been dwindling now for many, many years? The costs are very high. You're seeing many people now decamping from mainstream media. I'm one of them, right? Going into the world of YouTube, which is...
Piers Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. Piers Morgan. Like, honestly, sometimes... Oh, wait, what? Powell said stocks are overvalued? Uh-oh. AI trade in NVIDIA fizzles. Oh, okay. It's not a huge fall off, is it? Stocks are overvalued. Oracle down 5%. NVIDIA down 5%. Uh-oh.
Platforms in the world, in fact, the fastest growing for watching stuff. But actually, these guys, in a way, are kind of, they're the modern day dinosaurs who were still trying to create content, which was becoming increasingly unpopular. And therefore, because they're so expensive, that their company executives in charge of their shows are making calculated, ruthless decisions, using a moment, if you like, as an excuse to do what they maybe wanted to do anyway.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit the opposite. I don't think Disney thinks it's like a nice excuse to look like they're caving to political pressure. They caved to political pressure in this case, though, because this isn't such a good business. I mean, broadly, what the kind of irony here is the part of media that Brendan Carr regulates, that the federal government regulates, is the weak, dying part, is the part that's rooted fundamentally in broadcast television, which has been rolled up by these no-name affiliate companies like Tegna that we were all learning about over the last week, because that's where the pressure point is. I mean, what's so strange is that Donald Trump won on the back of understanding that there was this really vibrant new media world, but his kind of personal obsession and his vendettas are still with people like Jimmy Kimmel, people like Stephen Colbert, who are obviously...
Because he's a motherfucking boomer, guys!
in some sense, part of the past.
Trump is very litigious and has been using that tendency very aggressively against a lot of media companies, most of whom have been caving and paying him a lot of money. And we're seeing the same thing with universities and so on. What do you think about that? I mean, is that all part of crossing a line of government interference, or is it actually a bit of moral cowardice by the media companies in paying the money?
I mean, I think the answer to that question is yes. What is so interesting is that Trump and his lawyer Boris Epshteyn have kind of found a way to use the law to pressure these companies and force them to pay these huge amounts of money, basically on the premise that this thing is never going to go to court, right? And the reason is these companies are huge conglomerates. They have interests here, they have interests there, and they're essentially scared that federal regulatory agencies will, over on this side of the map, stop their mergers, mess with their broadcast licenses. And so if they can pay some money over here, whatever, call it a settlement in a lawsuit, to make these things go away or take a little pressure off here, they'll do it. And that's basically the system that's been developed. I mean, it's sort of new channels for donations to the Donald Trump, Mark Zuckerberg presidential library.
Do you think there's any way back for Kimmel at ABC? Are we going to see that show back on air?
I mean, I think this is the most anybody's talked about Jimmy Kimmel in quite a while.
Yeah.
And, I saw that Midas Touch, which is this kind of dominant left-wing YouTube channel, is trying to. We reported today that they're trying to hire Jimmy Kimmel to go on their air. So, I'm sure we'll be hearing from Jimmy Kimmel again.
Ben Smith, great to have you. Don't leave us alone next time.
Thanks for having me, Piers. Very exciting for me.
Really good to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
joining the panel now is comedian Jeff Dye, who says attempts to use Kirk's past comments against him is truly sick. All right, Jeff, welcome to Uncensored. Why truly sick?
Bro, this show is fucking insane. This show is fucking insane, bro. The Angel Cap with the gamer headset, bro. Come on.
Well, I think
he's
that
phasing out.
You can find me to be a hypocrite on this subject all week online, I will admit, because I react in a lot of feelings about these kind of things. I'm a comedian, and I'm not as educated as your other guests about the FCC or conglomerates or any of these
Not a
things.
comedian.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I just
me
meant
too.
I didn't know as many things as these other things. My feeling was it would have been insane if anyone made a crack or a monologue riff about George Floyd while people were initially kind of hurting about
They
it.
did. They fucking did. It was all over the place. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you saying?
It would have been a kind of a strange thing. That week was a week of everyone going, hey, something pretty serious happened and we need to like be kind of, you know, maybe pause a little bit on the commentary or pause a little bit on the jokes. It would have been absolutely insane. And I know that the goal of these companies is to keep everyone happy, but you especially have to keep the people happy that give you money. And the people that give you money are probably going to have political opinions and different things. And so I think that that's kind of what happened here. The people that are giving money to Jimmy Kimmel thought that it was a little insensitive, and they wanted him to apologize, and he refused to. And they said, hey, we're going to have to do the thing that a lot of companies do and cut you loose.
Charlie Kirk literally called George Floyd a scumbag. I don't know what more do you want. If you're gonna say we should be respectful of a guy, how about not the guy who called George Floyd a scumbag? There's something about MAGA guys, they cannot fill out a baseball cap. I've noticed this like phenomenon many times. It's like, I'm not trying to do phrenology but woke, but I've noticed that so many chud guys cannot fill out a baseball cap. It's like legitimate three-head. It's like you're wearing your dad's ball cap, bro.
To speak to the FCC and all those other things that I'm not as educated about, maybe that makes me a hypocrite.
Well, I think a lot of things can be true at once. I mean, Captain, it may well be that ultimately the FCC quotes from Brendan Carr utterly inappropriate, very threatening, quite mafioso, as Ted Cruz said. But it may be that that wasn't, in the end, the determining factor. We don't really know. It may be that ABC...
I would say that what Piers Morgan is doing here is without a doubt fascist apologia. This is fascist apologia. You are dumb as fuck. There is never a moment where you are absolutely certain of causality. There's always complicating factors in causality. What we know is that the government used powers to censor a creator because of the content they made. That is a violation of the First Amendment. That is fascistic. And nothing that Kirk said violated any possible stipulations as far as obscenity, as far as criminal incitement. This was government censorship, period. It doesn't matter if there are other considerations. Those considerations become irrelevant the moment the government uses its powers. Pierce!
And Disney just concluded the commercial heat from the fallout of what he said. And I actually think that's a really good...
Kirk, you mean Jimmy. Yeah, sorry. Jimmy Kimmel about Charlie Kirk.
Point by Jeff Dye. You know, if you had been on air, if you'd been on air on Gutfeld in the week after George Floyd was murdered, I'm sure you were, but if you cracked a joke, well, it wasn't really even a joke. And that's why...
It wasn't about...
But that's why, Jeff, I mean, the point that John made, I've seen someone trying to explain how it wasn't the way it seemed. I haven't heard this from Jimmy Kimmel yet, but apparently he was trying to explain that...
To me...
He was just revealing that this is what the right were doing. But it wasn't a joke, and it was crass, wasn't it?
But to me, the one difference here is the FCC. You can point to whatever other example of any other comment, whether it's something that actually happened or whether it's a hypothetical, and it's still going to be a different situation because it's not a cancellation that happened just a matter of hours after the FCC was using that threatening language. And you can talk all you want about the local stations pulling out, but Nexstar was looking for a merger. They're looking to get rich off this. They're gonna do what the FCC says. If people would like to believe that's a coincidence, that's fine. I don't believe it's a coincidence when it's the one difference. When Jimmy Kimmel has been making these sorts of comments, jokes, some are just political commentary, going really hard against Trump, really hard against the right. And then the one thing that's really different this time is that just hours before, the head of the FCC was threatening. That to me, that's what makes this different. And I'm not a Democrat. I'm not on the left. I'm not on the right either. I'm just an independent, and I'm a free
That means she's a right-winger.
Speech advocate, and as a free speech advocate, if I cannot imagine having any other take, but at the very least, being able to understand how someone could possibly think that maybe this had something to do with it.
Yeah, Tim Pool, I got to say, it's a persuasive argument that Kat makes.
I don't think so. It's just not the reporting. I don't look. I certainly understand when Brendan Carr says.
I don't believe everything I read in reporting. I think for myself.
Indeed. So you make things up, I guess, because what I can only go off of is what the left and the right.
What did I make up, Tim? What did I make up? Everything I just said was factual. No, you're going to accuse me of making things up? No. What did I make up?
You made up that the FCC had a direct.
What did I make up? I didn't make up anything. Everything I said is what happened.
And an assumption that I think is not unreasonable, but the official reporting from left-wing sources and right-wing sources, I mean the more mainstream ones, is that the executives were largely behind Jimmy Kimmel. Advertisers, as well as affiliates, took issue with the comments he made, insinuating the assassin was somehow a Trump supporter, whether that was unintentional or otherwise. Jimmy Kimmel, as officially reported, did not want to apologize, didn't feel he needed to apologize, and wanted to further those comments criticizing MAGA for twisting his words. If we are going to make the assumption the principal reason his show was taken off the air was Donald Trump and the FCC, that would be us speculating, not going off the main reporting. And the only...
So Tim is basically trying to say, let's ignore the government overstepping their constitutional authority, violating the Constitution, because I have some anonymous sources in an article somewhere. Tim, you're dumb as fuck. You are a worm. You are a fucking worm. Mike, have you shilled? No, I forgot the shill. Fuck. Chat, we are 4 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. I forgot the shill. No. It's September. I forgot the shill. Oh, no. Chat, right now, you have the limited time opportunity to subscribe to this stream for the incredibly low price of, I don't remember, there's a 30% discount as long as you subscribe for 6 months in advance. I'm telling you right now that by month 3, it will be worth it. So you're going to be here in 3 months. This is the low point of politics, okay? Everything is uphill from here. We're going directly into the midterms. We're going directly into Donald Trump trying to rush the last of his agenda through with the trifecta and with the Supreme Court. And then it's the midterms. And then bam, right as the midterms end, we're right into the presidential fucking election primary season. It's going to be non-stop political. Unless I get deplatformed, you're going to be here. So you might as well save yours. Holy fucking shit. We've got a treasure train on top of it. So you can get a 30% discount on your 6-month subs. You get 35% discount on gifted subs. This is the opportunity to support the stream at the lowest price you're going to see. Mike, what's your take on the executive order on the Antifa shit? It's blatantly unconstitutional and has no connection with any articulable organization. And I would consider it a generic declaration of war on any leftist activism because it doesn't have any specificity and nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. And on its face, it's dangerously fascistic. That's my take. So if you enjoy this content, if you want to boost this content in the algorithm, please consider supporting it by subscribing right fucking now. Get a 6-month sub while you can. It is an outstanding deal. And every single time you support the stream, it pisses off Ethan Klein. It pisses off Dan. It pisses off Dog AB. These pathetic grifters have to follow around Ethan Klein with a dog with a pooper scooper because that's their job. So when you give subs to this community, you are pissing off Molestity, who, by the way, demonetized on YouTube. And what did he say? He said, it's Hassan's fault I got demonetized on YouTube. That cuck-ass bitch. That was his opportunity to bow down and be like, you know what? I was wrong. Mike was right. Hassan was right. The right is fascistic. I was wrong to platform Sam Hyde and Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern. Jesus Christ, this guy pretends to be a liberal. Holy fuck. Is his audience dumb as hell? Got Princess, thank you for the 5. Calm Like a Tom, thank you for the 20. Near Venge, thank you for the 5. Canola Oil, thanks for the 5. The King of Wit, thank you for the 10. Got Princess, thank you for the 5 again. Anonymous Gifter, the 10. Dread to Max for the 10. Chirpa with the 5. King of Combat with the 10. GT Buzzsaw with the 5. Undead Wookie with the 5. Open Presence with the 25. Brillo Pad with the 10. Gandalf El Antifascista with the tier 3. Again, welcome back, brother. Andisa 99, Left Justified, Malda 1, Little Eyed. Thank you, everybody, for all of the support. It means a lot. Let's get back to watching the Adam Friedland debate, and then we could finish with a little bit of Hogwatch. Thank you, Grim, for the resub for 12 months at tier 1. Hell yeah, brother. Mommy's Milk Forever. Tom Nook Yankees, thank you for the 5. And let's get going.
Thing I've heard this
Free
whole time with even
Palestine. Hell
Benson
yeah,
and everybody
brother.
is the assumption that is true, despite the evidence suggesting it played a minimal role. So I think it's fine to assume that. Brendan Carr said
Socialism
that
or
can be
barbarism?
worrying to affiliates.
Great name.
However, if we're going to go off what the actual reporting says from liberal outlets and conservative outlets, Bob Iger, as well as other executives, asked Jimmy Kimmel to walk it back, and he said no. They said, okay, your show dropped 43% over 1 month. Maybe we shouldn't do this anymore.
Okay, Adam Friedland, Scott Galloway on the Pivot podcast said that Bob Iger will go down in media history as Neville Chamberlain in a cashmere sweater minus the dignity.
Okay.
What do you think of that?
People always use Neville Chamberlain as the historical reference. Also, by the way, yesterday was entirely on our managers. It was entirely Arteta's fault. I just wanted to say I'm too upset about that. Guys, can I just address this kerfuffle just now? Folks, both sides have been hypocrites, but it also means that both sides have been correct at a certain point. So what we need to do is make them be correct at the same time. That yes, who cares? Like at the end of the day, who cares? It's comedy. The president got really pissed off when Obama did the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He takes it very seriously. You know, if you're at one of my shows and you're in the front row, you know, you're in the splash zone. You might get burned, or the burn zone. Listen, guys, it's just comedy. It's not that important. You know what's more important? Like someone that is an air traffic controller. Comedians are like the way they're being treated as modern day philosophers and the most important people in society. It's dangerous.
But Adam, isn't it because
use of power is important?
No, I think speech is extremely
and also
important.
the joke had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
Well, it did.
Do people still
It had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
Okay, well, look, first of all, I would say it wasn't a joke. Right, it was a political statement.
He said
it wasn't, and
the
political
joke was actually
statement
out of sympathy for Charlie Kirk.
Jimmy
by
Kimmel,
saying that Donald Trump didn't seem he wasn't being sympathetic to his friend's death.
Exactly. The point he was making, he said that the MAGA right effectively had spent the whole weekend trying to make out this guy was not one of.
Thank you for the 5 subs.
Them. The clear inference.
Both sides were.
Well, the clear inference from that statement that he made is that he probably was one of them. That's what caused all the offence. Now, Jimmy Kimmel...
No, it wasn't.
Jimmy Kimmel has... Well, just to be clear, Jimmy Kimmel's briefed that that's not what he intended, in which case, I would say it's incumbent on Jimmy Kimmel to come out and explain himself. At the moment, he's not given that explanation.
It's a joke.
Well, because it wasn't a joke, was it?
What he said was the truth.
Sorry, John?
The least funny thing in the world is when a comedian explains a joke. Okay,
but it wasn't a joke.
Nothing kills the crowd like being like, "This is what I meant."
It wasn't a joke.
No, it's a freaking.
Actually, it wasn't a joke.
No.
It was. John. It was a setup to a joke about Donald Trump's callous indifference to the murder of Charlie Kirk, which is the bit that got the laugh at the end of the beat.
Yeah, but John, would you have said what Jimmy Kimmel said if you were on mainstream television, and it was pre-recorded?
Myself?
Yeah.
I mean. Well, it's not whether I would have, it's would I have had the right to. And I would have without expecting to be fired. If they wanted to fire Kimmel,
you've got the right
they
to,
had
but would
plenty
you
of chances to fire him.
You've got the right to, but would you have said it yourself?
I'd phrase it a bit different.
Don't have the right to.
I'm on TV right now. And I'm saying that Kimmel didn't say anything to besmirch Charlie Kirk. He didn't say anything that wasn't the truth. He made a couple of statements as a setup for his joke about Trump's callous response to a question about Charlie Kirk's murder. He said that MAGA was trying desperately to prove this guy wasn't one of theirs. That's true. He didn't say he's MAGA. He didn't even say he's a white guy from a white state raised by a MAGA family surrounded by guns. He could have said that. He didn't. He just said MAGA spent the whole weekend trying to pretend this guy's trying to claim this guy's not one of theirs and blaming everybody else. And my God, I've never heard, Piers, the pro-gun control people blamed this much for gun violence since the last time a Republican kid shot at a Republican figure, Donald Trump, a year ago. The people who want gun control in this country, They're not the ones you get to blame for this. So they could have fired him. You're right. Kimmel's ratings are in the basement with the demo. Maybe they did want to do this a long time. The timing of it, Piers, is what's going to damn all these players involved, because they will all go down in infamy for being part of this censorship. If this goes through, there's no way this ends where it looks good. Kimmel's going to be a free speech hero. He's Library of Congress for the rest of his life. But Carr, Trump, these other folks, again, the comments were not about Kirk. They used it as the excuse.
I think the problem was it was ambiguous, and it was ambiguous enough that actually a lot of people did take the inference from it that he was making
the ones who wanted to.
That he was directly suggesting.
No, he was literally mocking Trump for being like, all right, yeah, Charlie Kirk, you still talking about that? Anyway, look at my ballroom. That has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Other than Charlie Kirk is who's being dismissed by Trump. Like, what the fuck are they saying? He wasn't mocking Kirk. Not a two, but even the 10 tier ones. Chat, we are dangerously close to 7,000. We're at 6,863 subs. Dangerously close.
He was a MAGA, and therefore they were trying to distance themselves. That's the problem.
Aren't they implying that if it was about Charlie Kirk, that it would have been justified? No. I don't think they're saying that. They're saying that just as a point of fact, it wasn't mocking Charlie Kirk. But even if it was, you should be allowed to say it without the government interfering. Period.
A single person
saying, no, I'm sorry. That's
what's on my table. Mike Arm.
It's not correct. He was saying MAGA's trying desperately to claim this kid is not one of theirs. That was the reality of the weekend. That's what they were claiming.
John. The point I'm making was it was clearly ambiguous because half the country rose up in fury about what they thought he was saying. So my point is until you are assuming, John, you're assuming that your interpretation of it is the correct one. We don't know yet. Because Kimmel hasn't said.
I'm just going by the words on the paper that I read, Piers. I'm just going by the exact words. I don't know what was in his heart, and it wasn't a joke at Mr. Kirk's expense, nor was it a joke denigrating this atrocious crime that happened last week. Again, this is all about weaponizing anger against people who had nothing to do with it. And that's what we've seen all week long. We saw our good friend Brian Kilmeade the week before call for the murder of homeless people in this country, that they should all be put to death, including thousands and thousands of veterans. I heard no outcry from our conservative brothers and sisters. Brendan Carr was completely undisturbed. That's not on their radar. They don't care that Brian Kilmeade called for the murder of thousands of American vets. They wanted to take this guy out. Iger wanted to merge. This was the excuse they used. Charlie Kirk's death is going to be exploited for a lot of things in the months to come.
All right, Cat Tim, let me get around the panel. Cat Tim, do you think we'll see Kimmel back on his show on ABC, or is that it, do you think?
I think that's it, but I mean, we'll see him somewhere. I mean, we'll see him somewhere, but I don't think he'll be back. I think that there's the cancellation is going to make too much money for people.
Adam Friedland, what do you think?
If he's coming back to TV, I don't know. I don't even know the name of the show. Could anyone tell me what the name of his show is on ABC? I know the Tonight Show and Late Night. I mean, like, guys, this is just like I like it when things are nice, and things are not nice right now. And we need to be, like, the president needs to be telling Americans to calm down. There's too much violence right now, no matter what the side is.
Yeah, and people also need to stop trying to kill him.
The one we have right now. People are...
Oh, please. Oh, fucking please. The guy who tried to kill him was like a conservative Groyper incel guy again. He didn't even have an optics on his rifle. He just wandered in and took a shot. That could happen to anyone.
Politicizing violence and blaming the other side and claiming to be victims of the other side. It's not nice, okay? What we need to do is we need to not be killing each other, okay? And it's not Jimmy Kimmel's responsibility to deliver that message. It's the government's responsibility. It's the president's responsibility. So, like, the truth is this, is like, they're being snowflakes. Libs were being snowflakes before. Can we just, if they both realize the hypocrisy of the snowflakes at the same time, things can calm down. But right now, everything's getting too hot.
What's the lip hypocrisy? I don't get the both sidesing here. What's the lip hypocrisy? I'm sorry.
Someone losing their health care because they say something that they don't like. You know, that's like people losing their livelihood.
Losing their health care. They're fighting for everyone.
You don't think any conservatives were ever canceled? I mean, They were, of course.
I think we've seen a lot of brave conservatives. Have stood up against this. I think we've seen a lot of brave conservatives who stood up against this with liberals.
I agree. It's just
and I don't know any liberals who cheer when someone gets fired by government intervention.
I mean, okay, first of all, let me just say this. If I were in charge of the government, I would use the government to suppress conservative speech. But I would suppress conservative speech through lawful and democratic means. For example, I would break up big mega corporations like News Corp or Sinclair Media. You shouldn't be allowed to own that many local news. I would break them up. I would revoke Fox News FCC license because they have continually broadcast false and defamatory information without correction, adjudicated and admitted to. Now, is that against free speech? Yes, I don't support propaganda for the right and for fascism. I would remove Der Stürmer off the news of Nazi Germany too. And like, I know a lot of left wingers will bite that bullet. I'll absolutely bite that bullet. We need to have independent journalists who are following the money and following the truth without being pressured by the capitalist billionaires to shade their coverage in a way that profits them. Corporations do not have free speech. They are not human beings. People do.
I've seen many liberals cheering about Charlie Kirk being murdered and posting TikTok videos.
I will say I've seen a lot of people cheering because of Charlie Kirk's death. I have seen a lot of people cheer. But the thing about Charlie Kirk is he was that guy. I mean, it's hard for me to get all, it's hard for me to feel so bad about myself or about what I see other people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. When Charlie Kirk called the guy who had, they wanted an amazing patriot to bail out Paul Pelosi's attacker, a guy who showed up at Nancy Pelosi's home with a hammer and attacked her husband. I'm not qualifying the attack. I think it's awful. But he said, I hope when Nancy Pelosi's husband was beaten with a hammer, Charlie Kirk encouraged his audience to post bail for the attacker, which is true.
I mean, I'm looking at Politico.com. I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at all these places, and there's a little bit of mention here. For example, Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home? Why are we to blame for that exactly? And why is he still in?
Why is the left to blame for an apolitical video game addict, 21-year-old schizophrenic taking a shot at Charlie? Like, that is the same logic, right? That is the exact same logic. And so that, ladies and gentlemen, this is who Charlie Kirk is. So when people celebrated his death, I think it's uncouth. I think it's bad behavior, personally. I think it is. It doesn't appeal to my the je ne sais quoi of my stream. It's very gauche. It's not the vibe, okay? But I don't think that it's any different than what he was doing. So it's hard for me to get too worked up about it. It's hard for me to be like, oh, Charlie Kirk, people made fun of his death. It's like he was making fun of people's deaths left and right.
And you would not believe celebrating people for that.
Well, we've seen them celebrating it all over America.
You don't have to prove that no liberals are happy when a conservative gets fired. That doesn't prove the point that the Constitution exists. That's what matters right now. It's executive overreach. Okay. It's the president's using the FCC to take off a late night host it's just that it's like a dwindling industry anyway. It's like this entire thing is like what matters is that people are killing each other right now, okay? And it's not nice for people to be killing each other.
I agree with that. Tim Pool,
you don't have to prove that no Democrats ever celebrated a cancellation on the right.
I agree with you. Tim Pool, do you think
government
there's any way
censorship
back
has
for
not been
Kimmel,
celebrated by Democrats?
Listen, Bob Iger jumped up on his desk and started tapping.
Sasquatch, can you not serve as like the personal investigatory journalist because somebody said something uncouth in the chat they got timed out for? Like, can we stop? Can we stop? Also, another thing, and if you see streams where people are like, I want you to help me find things to cancel Mikan or other creators, please let me know so I can prevent those streamers from ever interacting with me. Because goddamn, that's weird fucking behavior, dude. That is weird fucking behavior.
Dancing when this controversy started because it gave him a morality clause breach against Kimmel to terminate his contract a year early when he's losing money. That's what I think happened.
Jeff Dye?
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'll be the bleeding heart here again. I don't really care if we see Jimmy Kimmel back on a late night show again. You know, we won't see Charlie Kirk back on his show again.
That's terrible, chat. If you think that's terrible, keep a smile in the chat. If you think it's terrible, we'll never ever see Charlie Kirk again on his show.
Was kind of the whole issue for a lot of people, and what Jimmy said is that, you know, it was insensitive and just not the right time. Maybe wait a week before you get your jokes in.
You know
Made
what?
fun of Trump.
I agree with that. And actually, whenever people
You
say,
see, I don't want anyone to ever say that we don't have a fucking soft heart on the Central Committee stream. Look how many people smiles are being sent in solidarity with the sad thought that Charlie Kirk will never be seen on television or on his show again. Look at all the people smiles. Look at all the compassion we have. We're compassionate.
yeah, but what about Trump? I'm like, yeah, but actually, not everything has to revolve around Trump in terms of how we view these things. You can just view it in the round, which is Jimmy
I don't
Kimmel.
pray to Donald Trump.
Yeah, I listen.
The joke was about Trump.
Yeah.
Yes. Obviously this is about that Trump got his feelings hurt, and maybe he has the weight of the world on his shoulders, okay? And like, does he have enough time for self-care? Okay, we have to ask this question as citizens of this country, not you, Piers.
It wasn't the goldfish joke that he got in trouble for. It wasn't that Donald Trump made that they made the joke about Donald Trump having more affection for his goldfish or whatever the stupid punchline was. It was the setup and political statement.
It was, but also
that MAGA
remember,
is trying to separate
also
itself
remember,
from
just before this, there was just before this, there was an outrageous story that came out about the number of conservative guests Kimmel had on in the last 3-4 years, and it was like 1 or 2 or something ridiculous. That is the problem, right? Charlie Kirk, ironically, always sat opposite people who disagree with him. These late night guys hate Trump so much they won't have anyone on the conservative right on their programs, even though half the country or more have voted now twice for Trump to be president. And until that changes, you're going to constantly have a sense of them and us. And I think that's part of the problem. I loved it, Kat, when Greg Gutfeld went on Fallon. It was great. It was a nice chat. It was fun. It rated through the roof. You know, that would be great. More of that. Because you guys on Gutfeld have loads of left-wing people on, and it's great. I do the 5, and you have always somebody on the left on that. I think on the left, there's a real visceral reluctance to have people on the right even engaging in debate, and that's got to change.
Not on the Adam Friedland show. Not on my show.
Well, your show's great. That's why
I think it's an issue. I think that there's some people. I'm not on the left or the right, and some people won't have me on the show, won't talk to me, simply citing the fact that because I work here.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So I would definitely agree that that's a problem. It's a huge problem. I would definitely agree. I hated Kimmel's comments. All that being said, the FCC cannot be engaging in the nuances of content moderation. It's against the First
totally
Amendment.
agree.
Everybody should be upset about it.
Yeah, I think we can all be upset about that. Thank you. Great debate panel. Thank you very much indeed. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy.
What a legend of his craft, Adam Friedland. I like Adam Friedland because it's just a perpetual air being let out of the tires of the self-aggrandizing nature of online commentary. Thank you, Adam. You did it again. Although I think the bit was a little long in the tooth at the end. Dear iDevs, we're not holding back anymore. All right. How's the Rapture Watch? How's Rapture Watch happening? I'm sorry, chat.
No, we will not get another warning, as the world not only has only a few days left on the clock, but God is already here, and repenting now is way too late. People were terrified after South African pastor Joshua Malakela warned of an eerie omen to happen on September 23rd. And when we hear the Jewish Feast of the Trumpets play, there will be no corner on earth you can hide, citing verses from Matthew 24:6-7 and Mark 13:7-8 that speaks of wars, rumors of wars, nation rising against nations, kingdoms against God's kingdoms alongside famine and earthquakes, and people have already started preparing for it. Haunting videos show people throwing out their clothes, selling their homes and cars, quitting their jobs, saying they will no longer need their belongings very soon, to many developing mass hysteria, laughing and rejoicing, saying they will finally get to
I wish this were true. I want it to be true.
Be with the ones they
but
love.
I feel the worst part of social media is now you can't get real schizos anymore. Everybody's too self-aware. So everyone's pretending to be a schizo to try to have some sort of like viral moment. It's very sad. You don't have real cranks anymore. Everything is put upon. And so when you see a real person having a kind of like delusional fantasy about as a Christian conservative, you can never really enjoy it because you're half holding back going, is this real? It sucks. Back in my day, we could just see some guy ranting with pencils in a cup and we knew he was for real. Now it's like, I don't want to be tricked into believing this guy's real and giving him my precious clout.
With many religious experts giving instructions on what to do when getting raptured, what signs to look for, and many others yelling they wish it could come faster. However, other religious experts cite the Bible actually tells us we won't know the actual rapture date, and this pastor might just want attention.
Rapture trip number 5. When you finally start moving up into the air, I recommend that you don't I definitely don't recommend looking down. I think we learned that lesson from Lot's wife. Just keep calm, slowly release it, and keep your face looking and pray you're not on.
Are y'all also on the side of TikTok where Christians think the rapture is happening on the 23rd of this month because the Israeli government is sacrificing a bunch of red heifers and then going onto the mountain blowing trumpets, which signals the end times?
So I told you guys that every day I'm doing something to prep my home for whoever is here after the rapture. So let me show you what I did today.
Chat, I'm gonna squat so hard when the rapture happens. I'm gonna find who is the richest evangelical in my city, and as soon as the rapture happens, I am moving in. I'm moving into my new spot. We'll be able to be homeowners.
So it's just like a little flow chart. These are things like based on, you can't really see, but based on the, versus the seals or trumpets, this is what you need to be doing to.
It's not even worth showing you the rest of the clip because honestly, you're not going to be able to make heads or tails of it unless you are lost in that sauce. You know what I mean? These people voted. These people are running our government right now.
Crazy ass Christians coming on the internet thinking there's going to be a rapture in 2 days, bro. I hope there's a rapture. I hope, because the way that y'all Christians been moving since the Crusades, if there is a rapture, it's only going to be 30 of y'all who get welcomed into God's kingdom. And it's going to be 30 women of color.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I am nervous about the rapture. If you grew up Pentecostal, or you're probably feeling that too. I hope I'm not the only one. I keep thinking like, what if I'm wrong? What if they were right? What if I was lucky enough to be born in the right religion and I just rejected it? Like my entire childhood is just rapture trauma. It's the reason.
This is how you can know it's not real. No benevolent, omniscient, omnipresent God would be like, I'm going to make it so that people get brought to heaven by dumb chance and luck. I'm going to kind of like have these animals that I'm going to do through evolution over billions of years, and they're kind of just be biased to conformity of their own like culture and tradition. And then I'm going to randomly pick one of those cultures and traditions to be the correct one. And then I'm going to condemn all the souls that are not in that random tradition. Like, come on, man. Come on. I don't really think anybody believes in this shit. Can I say that? This is my conceit. I don't really think anybody believes in this shit in their heart of hearts. Or it's exceedingly rare. Exceedingly rare. Most people put it on, but they're living their life on a different path. They're not really reading and believing and trusting in the life philosophy taught by Jesus Christ. How do I know? Because I've read his words. And when I meet a Christian, there is no trace of that man in them. None whatsoever. And like, I think a lot of people, when you're like, I've read the Bible, I understand the Gospels, they're like, oh wow, that's really weird. Oh man, you must be kind of a Christian. It's like, no, that's how I'm not, because I've read it and then I've seen how they act. It's the same thing with Marxism, to be honest with you. I've read the shit. I've read Capital. I know you motherfuckers haven't. I know anarchists have not read it. How do I know? Because of the shit you say. I know people like Kyle Kulinski do not know what Marx believed or argued because they say shit that he directly addresses. And you're like, okay, this guy has not done the homework. I like you. And he's kind of, what's funny is Kyle Kulinski is kind of, he's almost through luck and circumstance. He's kind of like creating a kind of vulgar Marxist analysis. He's being knocked into it by reality. He was talking about how he was going full socialist because he didn't think like we can't convince the rich to like pay taxes. No fucking shit, man. So like barely anybody has read Marx. I know these motherfuckers have not read the Bible. They have clip chimped a couple verses. There's no fucking way they have studied the Bible. How do I know? Because of how they live.
I can't plan ahead. It's the reason I can't save money. The rapture could come. And I knew from the moment I was born that I was not going to be among the elect. I was not going to get...
It ain't happening, bitch. Also, the arrogance of 1,000 generations since Christ, or 100 generations since Christ, that you're going to be the generation where it happens, is such mind-numbing arrogance and narcissism. It blows my fucking mind. The world is not going to end during your life. It's not going to end from a religious ending. It's not going to end from extraterrestrials, and it's certainly not even going to end from climate change. Climate change is going to cause a lot of shit to go sideways, and a lot of shit's going to suck. But I can guarantee you, you're not going to see the end of humanity, I hope. I hope I'm not wrong about this one.
Raptured because I was too far gone when I was 5 years old, or whenever was the first I could remember.
Where does it come from? Some South African preacher said it randomly on TikTok or something, or on YouTube Shorts, and it went viral among right-wingers.
Guess 3.5. I remember hearing them talking about the rapture and thinking, well, I'm screwed.
I just have to show you what I saw so we could both be caught up to speed exactly what's happening there. Me and you, we're different. We're different kinds of guys, obviously. We know different things. We're different kinds of girls. We're different kinds of non-binary people, whatever you may be, whatever your preferred flavor of toast is. People are buzzing online right now because a South African pastor, I believe Joseph Malekela, I believe that's his name, claims Jesus appeared to him in a vision and told him that the rapture will happen on September 23rd through the 24th of 2025. This is coinciding with the Feast of Trumpets, Rosh Hashanah. This has lit up TikTok. It has completely destroyed it. I have seen hundreds of videos just overall. It's on YouTube. It's all over social media. People are posting dreams, lunar events, star constellations, signs in the heavens, all tied together like a spiritual jigsaw. Some are terrified. Some are excited. Most are just looking for meaning. But there are many red flags, the kind of red flags that show up time and time again in prior failed predictions. One of these prior cases, you may not remember. Oh, you may not remember. This is my favorite one. Harold Camping. Oh, you probably don't remember Harold Camping. Camping was famous for doing this exact kind of world prophecy projection, reading the Bible numerology, picking dates based on what he and his followers claimed were spiritual signs and patterns. People were getting hype, spending huge sums on ads. I think it was the biggest ad campaign in history. I think it was insane. Telling people's lives will change drastically. Encourage people to quit their jobs, sell off property. Camping predicted extensively that the Rapture Judgment Day would be May 21st, 2011. You probably don't even remember this, do you? You have no idea about that. Followed by the destruction of the world, October 21st, 2011. Yeah, you probably have no idea. That's why I'm showing it on screen. You have no clue about this.
I know Badapata was an op from day one. He's trying to meme Hassan into a black site. Hello, real Donald Trump. I am radical Antifa. Hassan Piker invited me on his show to spread Palestinian propaganda. Such a weird post. Especially to be in Argentina the same day they're getting bailed out by the American government because the libertarian paradise is collapsing. Like what a weird fucking post. What a weird post. I don't even get so what's the joke? What's the joke? The joke is Hassan hasn't invited him on his stream to spread Palestinian propaganda and he should have? Or what's the joke? What's the point of that post? I have to admit I'm not bright enough for that one. The joke is Hassan is going to be killed. The joke is Hassan's going to be deplatformed. The joke is that Hassan is going to prison. What's the joke? The joke is that we're all being hysterical about that. Like, what's the point? What's the argument? What's the thought behind it? I don't understand. It's just dry to be a joke, like how Hassan plays it being the Antifa CEO. Well, Hassan was doing that to mock shit. This is the couple days after Trump has announced that if you're Antifa, you're a terrorist. And we know this government murders people and disappears them. So I'm not really sure what the joke is. The joke for him is that he doesn't have to pay any consequences that someone in the USA might. What are you talking about? He's in Argentina. They have a long history of disappearing left-wingers. How could you be confident that you're not going to get disappeared under melee? How can you be confident that the left is not going to get killed again? What the fuck are we talking about here?
I had no idea about this. Probably didn't even remember this. When May 21st passed, nothing of the physical sort happened. Obviously, because we're still here. Then camping shifted the claim to October, said maybe it was a spiritual judgment.
I think we got the Rapture Watch. Has any media covered it? Or is it like a story that's only online?
Media think that tomorrow, the 23rd, is the rapture. I've been posting all over social media about it. And people are having a lot of fun with it. But let's talk about religious psychosis for a moment, shall we?
My husband wanted me, so I requested off. I wasn't stressing. Thursday and whenever the rapture, about 4 hours.
And believes that God got her fired from her job so that she could spend the rapture with her. She mentioned later, like, oh, I just gotten some extra PTO days and stuff, but then they decided to be upset about something I've been doing for 6 months but didn't get upset about until now. So they found out that you were doing something wrong and they fired you for it. Divine intervention, that's just getting caught. Thinking like that is not rational or logical, and it's not a sane, well mind that thinks that way. But that's pretty harmless, it would seem. This next woman I'm going to show you, and by the way, I want you to go find none of these people. Oh, these people are not doing well. This is not about making fun of them. But this woman, I mean, she is really struggling with this.
Okay, I'm literally about to crash out. To think that that means I only have a few days.
She said it herself. She's crashing out. She's having a full-on meltdown about losing her babies because of the rapture. That's her being inconsolable, just being a blubbering mess. That's not a sign of a sound mind. That's someone who needs help. And later, when people were telling her that's religious psychosis, she just went into, oh no, it's my faith, and see, in the Bible it says this and that. Here's the issue with something like this. Everyone's having a good time laughing at the people making videos. But this kind of psychosis, when there's a date and a time and an event, and you have people who are unwell, who are expecting something to happen, and then it doesn't because it won't, that is like a breeding ground for family annihilator. Almost certainly someone is going to be like, what do you mean God didn't come get us? My children are supposed to be with God today. And then they take steps to make that happen, be it a shotgun or a ball-peen hammer or making everybody pray in the garage while the car idles. This kind of stuff happens when we let people who are saying things that are clear signs of them needing mental help and just going, it's just their faith. Leave them alone. They're harmless. They're harmless until they're not. And this shit should not be normal.
I completely agree with that. I completely 100% agree with that.
The game here is to determine what Trump is talking about.
Okay. Yeah, what is Trump talking?
Bringing the jobs back, I'm just going to assume.
Possible.
Bad deal. Should have never been thought of.
There's one.
There's one. This is, by the way, this is all the same thing. So you only have one thing to guess. Right, go.
And where it should have stopped is at the deal standpoint, what they thought about it.
And then here's 3.
And they had the worst cover-up ever.
Worst cover-up.
And it should have been stopped.
It should have been stopped
from the standpoint.
Okay, I haven't seen this clip, chat, but I'm going to go ahead and say this has to do with Hillary Clinton. So it's the uranium. The uranium? Or is it the uranium?
From the standpoint of the deal, it should have been stopped.
It could be Iran nuclear deal.
Is it the Iran deal?
One more guess.
The Paris Accords?
The murder and dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi.
The murder and dismemberment of what?
Bad deal. It was a bad deal. It was certainly a bad deal for Jamal Khashoggi. I think we can all agree.
It should have started.
All right. Here's the first pitch. Here's our first offer. We cut your head off, and we put you in a suitcase. I'm gonna have to say no to that one.
Wait, now that you
never take the first offer, Jamal.
Never take the first offer. Don't come to our embassy to change your wedding status. Yeah. Wait. Can you play all 3 for him again so you can hear in these 3 clips which part that he's saying is he the most actually clear and definitive about? Like, into the sense of being the most personally offended by it.
Here we go in order.
Bad deal, should have never been thought of. And where it should have stopped is at the deal standpoint, where they thought about it.
All right,
and they had the worst cover-up ever.
Obviously, he's mad that they fucked up the cover-up.
Really the worst cover-up ever.
What are you doing? You're in Turkey. You don't think that they have your place bugged?
What are you doing? Yeah, it's Turkey. They have every embassy just riddled with bugs. What are you guys doing? What the fuck are you doing? All right, chat. I want to just have a moment of fun. There's a no Kojima video game. New Kojima video game. Oh, that baby candle, though. That baby candle. Catholic role-playing game. Hunter Schafer. Let's go. We are Jordan Peele. Come on, man. This is going to be the shit. This is going to be the shit. See, I don't get scared from video games, which is a bummer, but I do like watching other people get scared with video games. And one of my favorite streamers for being scared at video games is Vio. So I'm going to call it there today, chat. Thank you so much for supporting the stream so generously. Vio is streaming The Egg. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. I know I enjoyed it. Sorry we didn't get to all the topics. We'll get to some of the stuff we didn't get to today tomorrow. Here's all my links. Make sure you follow me on everything. If you want to see the rest of my interview with Taylor Lorenz, I published this video this morning. So go check it out. Make sure you, if you don't use this link, make sure you use the link from your For You page, okay? That helps juice us in the algorithm. All right, everybody, stay safe out there. Solidarity forever. Thank you for all the subscriptions. We ended up at 6879 out of 7,000. Thank you so much for all the support. We'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Solidarity forever, my friends. That's how socialism wins. And of course, free Palestine from the river to the sea. And never stop yelling at people who don't support Palestine. All right, everybody. I'll see you soon. Say hi to Vio for me. I'll see you tomorrow.